if I can just interrupt, I'm so sorry, Tobias and Sartaj. I might have to leave. I'm chairing ITM seminar, Sartaj. It's going to start in next 3 minutes, so probably I'll touch base with you separately on this.
Good morning, Rishi. I was just wondering, I'm not sure if all our colleagues, sailing colleagues have joined, or is there any way to see who all have joined? Or?
Yeah, I think Farad, we can see 119 participants, increasing 120. Yes, we have a minute more to go before we start. So total 120 people on the call as we speak now, Farad.
Thanks. Yeah, correct. You can still see people, colleagues joining. So 123 now.
Yeah, we have 123 participants, including panelists. So may I request Karen if you can stop the music? It's time as per schedule to move on. Thank you very much. Karen? I think, yeah, decent head count, though we have been anticipating a little bit more participants joining, and I'm sure probably we would see some more coming in as we speak. So without wasting much time, we have senior people from the ship management, ITM, in the call to ensure they share their knowledge. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much for dialing into this webinar. This is a virtual cruise seminar for ITM Dubai Fleet with our seafarers logging in from Russia, Ukraine, India, and a few other countries across the world. Well, the first of its kind under We Ships, such seminar or webinar happened in May 2020 when global lockdown started. And thereafter, we have done quite a few such webinars to interact with the seafarers across the globe. As an introduction, my name is Captain Rishi Sharma. I'm head of the Global Training Center Operations, and I'm sitting in Mumbai as we speak. For today, me along with my team will be your host for this webinar. In an unprecedented times in society, but maritime trade has continued. So that's the good news. As we all are aware, for past 1 year, more than 1 year, I would say 1.5 years rather, various government bodies across the globe have stopped group gatherings due to the present pandemic situation. And we really don't know how much time will this be allowed into various different jurisdictions. Now, we don't want to be sitting idle. We want to take this opportunity to appraise you on how the business is doing, listen to your concerns, listen to your feedbacks, and address them in forum like this. Intention to have this seminar is for us to hear from you as much as you want to hear from our speakers, from our panelists. Such webinars are only successful if you give your feedback, your inputs, and share your experiences. We will surely take those inputs and then definitely try to improve or try to imply those things. On the right-hand side, there's a very interesting meme. There are a lot of memes on COVID. This is one of them. The virus has a very big ego. It will not come to your home unless you go out and invite it. So please be careful. May I request take all the precautions against these viruses and be safe always. Karen, can we move on to next slide, please? Attendee background, just a short stint as on the left-hand side on top, we see there's a good split of officers. We have got senior officers, deck officers, we have got senior engine officers, quite a few junior officers. Apart from that, if we see how many of you have been sailing with the V ships, well, I'm glad to say and proud to say that majority of you have spent more than 5 years sailing within the company, within the group. And if you talk of people who have attended face-to-face seminar in the past, well, the split is quite equal, though the majority of you have said no. And an equivalent number, 71, says you did attend face-to-face seminars. As I said, we are just waiting for the situation to be open so that we once again meet you, interact you in face-to-face scenario. Can we move on to next, please? Thank you very much. Seminar agenda. So how are we placed for today? Well, we have safety movements by Farhad Nanawati. Farhad is HSCCQ manager, ITM Dubai. This is going to be followed by welcome note by managing director ITM Chris Chandramohan, ITM Dubai operations director, would be delivering performance excellence through resilience. We have quite a few Q&A sessions. Apart from that, we have Mandeep, we have Ramesh, wedding manager, we have Arkat, superintendent, along with Harjeet, who's going to speak on a very interesting topic, which is environmental compliance. We would also give you a view of ship show usage. Daman and Pradeep will be speaking on that. And then we have fleet operations from the technical side update, which will be given by fleet managers Sharad and Krishnan Kumar themselves. Learning from incidents would be by again by fleet manager Nitin and Farhad. And a very interesting session, I'm sure once again you all would be looking forward for, is the crewing operations. Training is not going to be left behind. Vitaly is going to speak on behalf of training and give you a short brief on career progression and competency development. This time we have a lot of time for Q&As, and we would ensure all your important queries, your views are being discussed and addressed too. Can we move on to next, please? Thank you, Karen. Some house rules. We request all of you to remain muted. Please refer to the agenda which we just shared with you, and even on the email. In case you have any questions, please write it down in the Q&A box. You can also raise your hand and speak to our panelists. That is only when we have the dedicated Q&A sessions. Feel free to give your comments. Do chat with us on the chat option we have. And as said, we look forward for your active participation and your feedback. A very interesting quote on the right-hand side, you can see this is Jim Rohn. He's an American entrepreneur, author, and a motivational speaker. He said, be a collector of good ideas. And for that, keep a journal. If you hear any good idea, write it down. Do not trust your memory. So we wish you a very best of for this exciting session, which is going to come up. And as we move ahead, yes, I think thanks for highlighting that, Karen. We would randomly be trusting your memory. So please be attentive. There would be a lot of questions being asked upon, and to check how attentive you are. The only reason, as I said again, we want to make sure that the session is interactive and well enjoyed, and knowledge be taken from you guys. So thank you very much. Can we move on to next? It's time for safety movements. Here in V-Ships, we do this before we start every meeting, as safety is our #1 priority. With that, let me invite Farhad Nanavati, HSEQ Manager, ITM Dubai, for the safety movements, please.
Good morning, everybody. Let me just close this. Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Rishi. And of course, thank you to all for joining this webinar, the ITM Officers webinar. As Rishi rightfully mentioned, safety is #1. And having said that, we always start all our seminars with the safety moment. If you could go to the next slide, please. We can bring up all the contents on the slide. So as part of the safety movement, we have the top level policy. I mean, it's a reminder to all our colleagues today who are participating. I see already almost 155 colleagues have participated, and thank you. And there may be more of our colleagues joining. But as a reminder, as we have already circulated this information many times, revisited it, but as a reminder, safety or mental well-being is a top-level policy because we care for our colleagues. We care for our colleagues, both our sailing colleagues, colleagues on board, and colleagues ashore. And as part of this, we have the Let's Talk program, which is designed to encourage discussions on board the ship between our colleagues, between the senior management on board, and to support each other on board, not only with mental health, but with any other ways that can or may be required. So this is the Let's Talk program. We have the Employee Assistance Program, which is again a initiative by the company where the special group of specialists, a company with specialists called ComSite, have been engaged to support any of our colleagues requiring help in any way with anxiety or depression or even grief, loss, various life adjustments, maybe even relationships. And it's an initiative taken by the company to support all our colleagues in line with We Care. Having said that, There is a safety committee, a mental well-being committee formed to support our colleagues on board and even ashore in the offices. We have the safety ambassadors, which is stressed on very, very often when we circulate information to all our colleagues on board. Last but not the least, there is the masters, the role of the master in promoting well-being. This is not only for the master, but it is for all our colleagues on board, including the shipboard management team. Remember, you will hear this a lot of times, that we are all leaders, we are all safety leaders, and we are here to support each other. So this tool also helps in spotting weak signals and how we deal with them, how we give support to our colleagues who may be struggling, or having some issues where they need support. As it is said over here, it is important to remember we all have a state of mental health, and it's okay to ask for help at any time, whether it's with your colleagues, whether it's with the senior management on board, or even our colleagues in the office or shop. So please do not hesitate, do not shy away from asking for help. And that goes for all of us, including even myself. Some safety themes, some safety comments over here, key messages, as it is shown over here. Lives could be shattered by a single mistake while at sea. And we continuously keep emphasizing on this, is that all our colleagues should go home safely. Safety involves all of us. And again, the emphasis on the stop action to be taken, the speak up, companies' policies on stop and speak up, stop the job, speak up. Why we do this? It's done so that if we see any unsafe act or unsafe condition, we stop it for ourselves, for our colleagues, for the other people around us, and even for the ship and environment. We do not want any harm to our colleagues or even damages to the assets that have been given to us to run on behalf of various owners. Moving on the slide, we can bring up the contents, please. One of the key messages that we always put across to all our colleagues, whether during onboard visits, office visits, and even during webinars, is remember, you do not have a spare of yourself for your family, and yes, your family needs you. Please keep this in mind, even when you go back on your next contract. Remind all our colleagues during the safety meeting minutes, toolbox talks, and whenever have you, even general conversations, that your family needs you. Everybody should go home safely, and never shrink from politely questioning or challenging in line with our values of challenge a superior or anybody at a workplace or of a work practice if you think it is unsafe. Remember the company's policies, speak up and stop the job. And yes, safe behaviors saves lives. Safety starts with me. Please remember this, and even remind all our colleagues when you go on board, wherever you are. In fact, we want all our colleagues to stay safe at all times. We could go to the next, please.
This is Mike. Mike has a routine, a daily ritual. He also has a family that he loves. They live in a house in a quiet neighborhood at the edge of town. Every morning before he heads off to work, Mike says goodbye to his family, knowing that he'll see them again and that evening. Mike has a good job. It pays the bills and helps provide for his family. During most days at work, Mike has to make a lot of decisions. Most of them are simple choices with minor consequences if he makes a mistake. But some of those decisions could be life-changing if he doesn't make the right choice. Today, he has a choice to make at the baler. It's clogged again. He thinks, should I just climb up and quickly unjam those boxes? Or should I call my supervisor to come lock out this machine? He makes the right choice and decides to get it locked out. It might save him a few minutes if he did it himself, but it's not worth the risk. He has his family to think of. Mike ends his day just like every other and drives home to his waiting family. They're completely unaware of the future that could have been. But what if he had made the other choice? He thinks, it's not a big deal. I unjammed it a couple of times before and nothing ever went wrong. I could waste 15 minutes waiting for someone to come and lock it out. What can really happen? What he doesn't know is that this kind of thinking has caused many injuries and deaths. And what his wife doesn't know is that she's about to get the worst phone call of her life. And Mike will never be coming home again. Every year, more than 50,000 people are injured in the US and Canada when not using lockout-tagout. Over 100 workers will die as a result of their injuries. Lockout-tagout is not a choice.
Thank you. This lockout tagout, can pause the video, please. It's so important as part of our safe practices, our procedures. Remember, we are all empowered to speak up or stop the job in case we see any unsafe acts or any unsafe conditions. And the important thing is to have a good, safe working culture on board. And we are all leaders, as I said earlier, and we need to work towards having a good, safe working culture on board. Thank you for listening to the Safety Moment. We wish all our colleagues safe voyages when you go back on board and smooth seas, and look forward to a fruitful, interactive webinar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Farhad, for the Safety Moment. Well, I also strongly feel from this safety movement, there are a lot of points, a lot of things we can take into our personal as well as professional life and make our world safer, may it be at home, may it be at workplace. So thank you once again for the safety movement. We will move on as per agenda. As I said earlier, I'm pleased to inform that we have Christopher Curtin, Managing Director, ITM Dubai, with us. May I request him for the welcome note and the management update, please?
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Chris.
Great, okay. Welcome everybody. Good morning, good afternoon. Very pleased that there's so many colleagues joining us today. Chris, can't hear you.
You went
sorry, yes, I accidentally unmuted myself there. Fat fingers. So yes, so very pleased that so many can join us today from all over the place. I see that we're reaching nearly 200 people, which is very good. So welcome to everyone. During these times, of course, it's been very difficult for us to meet together. We haven't had our usual face-to-face seminars. I really hope this is the last one we have to do virtually like this, and that the next one that we do can be in person, so we can actually meet and talk to each other face-to-face. So just a little bit about me. As many of you know, I took over Managing Director just over 1 year ago on the 1st of November 2020, following the retirement of Anil Karyappa. I'm an ex-chief engineer. I was 16 years at sea. Mainly, most of my time at sea was on tankers of VLCC product and chemical tankers, but I also sailed on bulk carriers, ro-ro vessels, car carriers, and general cargo ships, and one container ship, which I hated. when I came ashore, I only ever imagined I was coming ashore for a brief period of time and I would go back to sea. That never happened. 28 years later, I'm still working ashore. I've worked with ship owners, ship managers, an oil major, and I've worked in London, Dubai, Singapore, Melbourne, and now back in Dubai again. I have a strong connection with the classification societies and sit on the technical panels. And I'm very much, I never forget where I came from. I'm a seafarer. I'm just a seafarer who happens to be sat ashore at the moment. I don't think I'll ever be back at sea, but you never know. Next slide, please, Karen. So as Farhan has just mentioned in the safety moment and Rishi referred to, safety is our #1 priority. I cannot stress that enough. I know we always say this, but I can't stress that enough. It's important that you all go on board the ship, look after each other and return home safely to your families. I don't want to be in a position where I'm having to phone one of your loved ones and tell them something tragic has happened. So please look after each other when you're on board. Look after yourself, look after your colleagues. Next slide, please. So just briefly who we are. I think most of you know who we are. ITM is a fully owned subsidiary of V Ships, which is V Group. I have just returned from a strategy meeting last week in London with all of the heads of the different ship management divisions. And part of that is a closer ties and a lot more collaboration across the V Group. And that's something that you'll be seeing more of as you return to sea. You know, we're in 30 different countries. We've got 44,000 seafarers. We've got 60 different offices. And together with the 600 vessels that are managed, we have a lot of other vessels that are on crew management. So at the moment, we're crewing something like 2,200 vessels. There's going to be a change in the way in which the ship management and crew management divisions are run, and they're going to be brought together. So there will be more involvement from ship management in the crewing side of the business. I don't think I need to go through this slide. You know who we are. Everybody by now must know our values, and it's important, as we say, the #1 value we have there is we care. It's important that we look after each other. And I'm mentioning safety again because it's so important. We care, we collaborate, we challenge, we are consistent, and we commit and deliver. It's important that we do what we say we're going to do. Next slide, please, Cam. So you may ask, what do these values mean for me and what do our clients expect from us? Above all, and at the top, it's commit and deliver, getting it done. And this is underpinned by the other 4 values that we have of care, collaboration, challenge, and consistency. So care is bringing others along. That's looking after each other. That's making sure we all go on the journey together. Make sure that we are all aligned with what we're doing. Collaboration, it's alignment and building. We should all communicate openly. It's very important. I believe the #1 thing that we all must do, and this is from a safety aspect, everything, is communicate. We must communicate openly. We must be honest. You know, there will never be a situation where somebody is criticized in this company for openly communicating. It's much better that you communicate openly and say things that need to be said rather than not saying them at all. It may save somebody's life. You don't know. In line with that, we must challenge each other. We must challenge the way in which the company is run. We must challenge the way in which your ships are being run. It's important that you challenge when you think something is not going the way it should do. And also importantly, we must be consistent. We must do it right. You know, many people say we must walk the talk. So if we say we're going to do it, we do it. We commit and deliver. Next slide, please, Karen. So key behaviors of great safety leadership. Who's a safety leader in this organization? Who is it? If you're all saying me, as in all of you, you're correct. Everybody is a safety leader. We should all be looking at everything all the time from a safety point of view. I think you're guessing the sort of theme we have to this conference. You know, we have to know what we want to do. We have to know what is good, what looks good. We must be accountable for what we do. It's important that all of us are equally accountable. I'm accountable in my job. You're all accountable in your jobs. All of the superintendents and everybody in the office is accountable. We're all cogs in the big machinery that makes everything work properly and keeps people safe. These safety leadership behaviours align with many of our values. Encouraging colleague participation through collaboration, addressing unsafe conditions with action, speak up and stop the job. I say this all the time, you must speak up and stop the job. If you see an unsafe action or you see somebody doing a job that he isn't trained to do, stop the job. You will never be criticised for stopping the job. Speak up, say when something is wrong. And all of you, whether it be from the captain or to junior engineer or to the chief cook or the steward, you should all communicate with each other in a style that encourages safety. You know, you don't want to look at things that are dangerous, not do something about them, and then somebody gets hurt. How will you feel if you do that? So it's important we actually all walk the talk, as I said before. Next slide, please, Karen. Excuse me. So, what we are tasked with here in the office is delivering flawless service. We can't deliver flawless service unless the vessels deliver flawless service. So it's important that we all work together to ensure that clients trust us. This sign on the right was a sign I saw outside of a Thai restaurant on the island of Koh Samui in Thailand, and I think it's really good. We offer 3 kinds of service: good, cheap, and fast. You can pick any 2. Good service, cheap, won't be fast. Good service, fast, won't be cheap. And fast service, cheap, won't be good. This is what I tell our clients. You know, what we want to do is the middle. We want good service and fast, but it's not going to be cheap. So it's important that we look at this from a flawless service delivery point of view. We must ensure that our service is as good as it possibly can be. Next slide, please. One of the things that I was asked to do last week when we all met as a group, V group met last week, was to give what my idea was of a best tanker manager. You know, ITM is one of 2 officers in the V group who only manage tankers. There is us, ITM, and V Ships Norway. They only manage tankers also. Some of the other officers manage, but they manage other ships as well. So I started by going back to the ISM code. When the ISM code was brought in, it was brought in to ensure safety at sea. It was brought in for prevention of injury and loss of life. And it was brought in to protect the marine environment. So one of the issues at the heart of ISM code was communication. I mentioned this before. Communication between shore-based and shipboard personnel. We must all walk the talk. We must all deliver on what we say we're going to do. In looking at what we have, what do we have that we've constantly got? And you guys on board know this far more than me. You're constantly plagued by inspections, whether it be SIRE, Port State Control, CDI for a chemical tanker. You have the superintendent inspections from the technical marine superintendent. You have audits, you have terminal inspections. The list goes on and on and on. Next slide, please. So I mentioned before, V-Ship's global fleet is about 600 vessels. Currently in Dubai, we have 50 vessels. On the right-hand side here, you've got the makeup of those vessels. By far, our biggest vessel sector is Suezmax tankers, followed by MR tankers and then VLCCs. That will be changing in the future. Next slide, please, Karen. So just where we were, so far this year, we've actually taken in 3 new building vessels. for GNMTC, the Eben Hawkel, which was built in Japan, and the Fezan and Anwar Benghazi, which were both built in China. And next year, I'm happy to say, we've also been awarded the management of 3 vessels currently being built at HHI in Korea for Frontline. And they are an eco-design VLCCs, and they'll be delivered starting next year in March. It'll be March, April, and July they will be delivered. So I think that's very good news for us. That's very much on the back of you guys on board the ships. You know, without your flawless service delivery, we wouldn't be in a position to be able to take these ships. So thanks very much and very well done, everybody. Next slide, please. I like this. Farhad Nanavati actually used this at a presentation a while ago, and I like it very much because I'm a very big motorsport fan, particularly Formula One. And this is an old photograph. This is actually Michael Schumacher back in his heyday. You can tell it's an old photograph because they're advertising cigarettes, and that went out a long time ago. But you just look at this. We're all looking. The driver is the man who's looking for the success for the team, but it's not about him. He drives the car. But without all of the support team around him, the collective accountability of the team, without that team, he can't do anything. If that team doesn't pull together and do their job, he can't do his. And this is like us. I like to think of the driver in the car, that's the ship. That's you guys on board the ship doing your job. All of these guys around here in the red overalls, they're us in the office. They're all of the services the providers you have. They're all there to make sure you get what you need to do, what you need on board the ship. You get the services you need. You get the supplies you need. You get the spares you need to be able to enable you to do your job properly. And I think that's a great slide because we can apply this to many different things. The guy in the car could actually be the captain of the ship, and everybody else is the crew on board supporting him to make sure the ship gets from A to B safely. So let's not forget, we're all in this together. It's all about teamwork. Next slide, please. Our primary function at ITM is for one thing and one thing only. It's to support you on board the ship. We are here to support you, not the other way around. You know, if it wasn't for the fact that we need to support you in the office, then there would absolutely be no reason for us to exist. We are here purely to support you. That's me many years ago. Yeah, back when I had curly hair and a beard. It's changed a little bit now. It's very grey, but there you go. Next slide, please. I want to leave this with something that was mentioned by the CEO of Ship Management of V-Ships, Bjorn Sprotte. He said, and this was on an industry podcast, he said, nothing bad has happened before, so nothing bad will in the future. This is a form of complacency and study the root cause of many unnecessary accidents. A strong safety culture does not rely on luck. It relies on each one of us being safety vigilant, both for ourselves and our colleagues, with a high level of curiosity as to what might go wrong this time. The standard and this is always, the standard you walk past is the standard you accept. Never walk past or ignore an unsafe situation or an unsafe act. Please, please stop it and look after each other. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Chris. Thank you. Thank you. We are very, very grateful for the time you've taken for being with us to share your knowledge, to share the top management structure, also the expansion of ITM fleet, which is anticipated. I think everyone must be indeed super excited to know about that. The most interesting thing, Chris, was the slide you showed with having collective accountability for F1. Just one small question to everyone, all the participants. That was a F1 pit stop slide, which Chris used to highlight collective accountability or a team members' roles and responsibilities. Can you tell? I think let's write down in the chat box. What is the record for the shortest pit stop? There is a Guinness Book World Record to that. So what do you think? How much time is required by a pit stop team to do the required petrol filling and changing tires and other things? Okay. I think a lot of people, bullseye. Suranda is saying 7.5 seconds, 2.5 seconds, Mikhail. A lot of comments are coming up. 1.82 seconds, Karthik, 2.7, 45 seconds. Yeah, is saying.
Hello?
Sumit
Yes,
is saying
hello?
1.82. Yes, okay, thank you very much.
Just Kern, are you the technician for the car?
You are, a lot of you, Vitali has come with 1.82.
Right, B3, yeah.
Anthony is saying 50 seconds. Guys, the right answer, which many of you have already answered, is 1.82 seconds. That's the Red Bull Racing holds the current world record for the fastest pit stop in F1 history. And that's purely because of the teamwork. So thank you very much, Chris, for highlighting that. And then thank you, everyone. Naveen, thank you very much for mentioning the right time, 1.82. And a lot of you have answered right. So let's move on. I think that was something very, very interesting to hear from our managing director, Christopher Curtin. We will move on as per agenda and request Chandramohan. Chandramohan, as you all know, is operations director with ITM Dubai, and he's going to deliver on performance excellence through resilience and safety leadership. Chandramohan.
Yeah. Thank you, Rishi. Good morning. Good afternoon. I hope, I've been here for a long time, so most of you all know me. And it was nice, a pleasure to be speaking to you all. So let's go forward. Next slide, please. Chris has also emphasized the same thing, what we are. He said, there's the same slide which is there. We care, we collaborate, we challenge, we are consistent, and we commit and deliver. That's quite important. All five values are quite important for us because each one has its own role in our work, what we do. So we also, as an arm of thing operating, we have high ethical standards, values, safety underpins everything we do, scale and capabilities to tailor solutions. We are best-in-class expertise and talent pool, a global footprint with established structures. We know what the structures are. As Chris mentioned, we have offices all around. We have so many ships under management and under crewing management as well. Next slide, please. At ITM, we believe safety is #1 priority. This we want to emphasize again and again. There is no compromise on safety. And also, we have no effort is too great and no detail is too small. We look at everything. We have no problems with that. Work is not about what one likes to do. There are many places where some people like to do something themselves, their way. But what we feel is the work is what is needed to do. Because if you do what you like to do, it may not be correct. It may not reach our results. And then we also say that impress customers, inspire everyone else everywhere, both across the organization and outside. So we have to impress our customers and inspire everyone. So who are our customers? Next slide, please. So here again, we come to overall focus to deliver a flawless service. The ship is built primarily to transport cargo, A to B, and we need a client to entrust us with this operating this asset. So, and we next need the customers. The customers are the charterers, the oil majors, the flag inspectors and flag stays, the class, port state controls, and all such bodies. So they need to trust us as well. And for that, we will have to operate the ships well. So here, when you look at these two, A and B, you see trust is a very critical word. So onboard colleagues working with the cargo safely are the ones who, by their performance, build this trust. It is not us out from the office. It's you, frontline people, who build this trust for us, for the owners, for everyone. Colleagues in the office are tasked with supporting operations, as rightly mentioned, that you saw this picture there. We are the team supporting you all. So we will support you all. And when this synergy works well, as one management team, we will achieve flawless service. And that's our goal. We have to have flawless service delivery. Next slide, please. So what is important for the client and the customer? The vessel should always be tradable. So to have a vessel fully tradable, we need good sire inspections. We need good port state inspection results. We need good statutory certificates to be valid at all times. LTI should be 0. Reduce accidents on board. Speed and consumption should be in compliance with the charter party. Maintain good cargo discharge rates at the terminals. Import timings to be advantageous to the owners. 0 oil spills on deck and water. PMS, we should have 0 critical overdues, closure of near misses, etc. So these are the things which are required so that the vessel is tradable always and the vessel is available. Oil majors take the vessel on charter. Next slide, please. And also, we have to have minimal downtime due to repairs. We need to eliminate or at least minimize all downtime and off fire unless it is planned with owners in advance. We should, when the ship is on charter or it's a loaded condition, we don't expect any stoppages because we are supposed to do the maintenance when we are on ballast passage, when the ship is not on hire, so that we can take it on to the owner's cost. Then you have to have the careful planning of maintenance and general overhauls so that we don't have breakdowns, because breakdowns cost us money. Ensure the spares are ordered and procured in time. Minimize number of requisitions to reduce shipping delivery costs. Because we find sometimes that sometimes it's not getting delivered. Sometimes the order is placed late. So we have to get it in time. Yes, there are sometimes bottlenecks as well, as you have seen in last 1.5 years. We could not get the spares on time. Sometimes the aircrafts are not available also. So we have tried our best. So we hope we will improve in the future. And then we also have to maintain shipshore discipline. The data is coming very, very important nowadays, and it has to be accurate as well. So it has to have good quality. So please look into the shipshore data, review your vessel's dashboard in your daily team meetings, and maintain high level of compliance and also accuracy. This is quite important because we see that our data is now going on to, like for frontline vessels, we're going on to Storm Geo, and from Storm Geo is going on to DNV, and we find we are not able to do the IMO DCS properly because of inaccurate data. And we are asking the vessels now to check the data and review and correct it. So we would prefer that in the first instance, the data, what is being entered, is good quality. Next slide, please. We come to, this is one of our favorite topics in today, the single-use plastics. As we are one of the leading ship management companies, ITM and V Group is constantly aware of our environmental responsibility. So the climate change, as you all know, is a serious social and economic challenge that urgently requires action involving all sectors of economy, including our sector, that is international shipping. ITM V Group is committed to adopting and promoting industry standards. and best practices to establish itself as a leader in environmental practices, both at sea and on shore. So we now support to eliminate the single-use plastics. We have set a goal zero pollution from plastic waste to sea, and are committed to continuously minimizing the generation of shipboard waste. And that includes even supplying water bottles, plastic water in drinking water in plastic bottles on board. We have put a stop to it. We had supplied filters and all the things which are required for generation using the fresh water which is generated on board. So we would continue to push for it, and we want all of cooperation from you people also, that please start using the water which is generated on board, and then you have the proper filtering arrangements are there, and you order proper spares for the filtering arrangement. And also, please stop using plastic cups and plastic plates and plastic fork and spoons. So please remember that these are quite important, that we stop using them. Next slide, please. This is just a picture of all the things which can be avoided on board. Yes, we got all these things, stuff there, cups and forks and knives, etc. So please say no to single-use plastic. And this is coming in all our countries as well, you know. So let's follow this. Next slide, please. I also thought I should check a little bit on this sanctions, because this is also quite important for us as a shipping community, because we have a lot of sanctions which are happening because of foreign policy goals of different nations. You have terror, so that you avoid terrorist financing, human rights abuses, drug trafficking, corruption, etc. The scope depends on the foreign policy goals of the countries. So the main primary regimes which are having sanctions are United States, you have United Kingdom, European Union, and United Nations. And all these are available. I mean, it's just, we all know about it, and we have to follow this. And then some of them are targeted, some of them are comprehensive, some of them are sectorial, and there are some have, like United States, they have export controls and proliferation finance issues. Next slide, please. And what as a shipping community, what can we avoid? We have this in shipping, they have some people disable or manipulate the vessel AIS. Sometimes people put it off, and sometimes you give a wrong destinations. So this should be avoided. We should not be party to this manipulations or disabling the AIS. This is quite important. Physically altering the vessel identification. Yes, in our group we don't have, but this can happen to some ships which we, when we do STS or something, when we give STS clearances, we may have to check all these things. Falsifying cargo and vessel documents. This does happen, but we have to be we have to look into this, and we should see that we don't get involved in all such matters. Illegal ship-to-ship transfers. Yes, this also is happening. So we need to stop all these activities. Voyage irregularities. There's some ships, some owners, some countries, they have false flags and also flag hopping. Then the other thing which we should be aware of is complex or shell ownership or management. Then normally when you get this Q88s on board for STS clearances, etc., this checks needs to be performed so that we don't get liable, because we group is a US entity, is owned by a US entity, and we don't want to be involved with in these sanctions, breach of sanctions, please. Next slide, please. Okay, also what we see from our shipshare data is that we find that drills are not being carried out on time. We have overdues on drills. Please, guys, please remember, this is quite important that drills are carried out. Drills means it's practice sessions for you all. because it has to be done. In case of emergencies, you would have a lot of problems if the drills are not there, if people don't know what to do in case of emergency. I can show you the next slide, which shows what kind of actions which happens. Can you go to the next slide, please? This is one of our ships which was hit by a mine, and then we had naphtha on board, and naphtha is burning. The crew didn't have too much time to get out of the ship. They just had to abandon because there's so much of heat, and they had to save their lives. So if the drills are not performed properly, you will not be able to get off the ship in a proper manner. Everybody's safe, sound, and then this ship, the crew was very good. The crew, they took the port side lifeboat and they went off from the ship and they saved themselves. It was a very good decision, very good people. They did the right thing. So that's the reason we ask you all, please, the drills are quite important. Drills have to be followed, have to be done. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you for listening. So if you have any questions, maybe you can speak, put it on your questions and answers chat box. And also, one more thing I'd like to, before I finish, I'd like to talk to you about cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is becoming very, very important in today's world. And it's one of the highest and the critical factor today in shipping. Because nowadays the ship is connected via the satellite to the shore, and anybody can hack into your systems. Please be very, very careful when you're opening emails. If you don't know, then just inform, put it into envelope and send it back to us so that we can analyze it for you. So please be very careful about opening unwanted emails, and also please don't allow anyone to get into our systems. That is, system is network on board, and please do not allow anyone to put a stick into our network system. This is very, very important. Please do not allow anybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chandramohan. Thank you so very much, and grateful for your time you took for being with us and update us on ITM Dubai overall focus, delivering flawless service delivery. Your focus on what is important for our client was very, very informative, I would say. And thank you very much, and good to know the company's emphasis on single-use plastic and actions being taken by us as a company to implement this policy. So once again, appreciate all the information you have shared with us and our seafarer colleagues. Guys, we have 10 minutes dedicated time for the Q&A. Anything related to what being shared by Christopher, Managing Director, ITM Dubai, or by Chandramohan, Operations Director, we would be more than happy to take your questions, please. So please go ahead. You want to speak, let us know. You want to write your questions onto a Q&A chat, please do that and we will take it up. So the floor is open, guys. I don't see anything being coming up. 172, 73, guys. Any questions? No? We have various nationalities, 170 seafarers on this call, and nobody has got any question to our senior management. I see Pauline has raised her hand. Pauline.
Hi, Rishi. Hi, everyone. Hi. Rishi, maybe just a quick one. So there's an option to raise your hand. I just did that. That's why you're able to see me. So if our attendees today doesn't feel like typing in their questions, they can just raise their hand. And once we see that, we can unmute you and then you can ask the question on voice. I just want to mention that. But yeah, we have one question in the Q&A chat box, so that's another option. So yeah,
Thank
that's
you
it,
very
Rishi.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pauline. Rightly said, there is an option of raising hand. If you do that, we will unmute you in case you don't want to write. But Chandramohan, Sunan Sen has a question for you, please.
Yeah, Captain Sen, thank you for this question. Yes, we are asking the people not to send plastic wrappings on board, but as usual, the suppliers, I mean, they do this mistake again and again. But we would always request you to just put it back in the same boat and send it ashore, because that's the only way we can stop these people sending it. Because they always say that we don't want our supplies to get wet while being transported to your ship at anchorage. So, but I would suggest that please take it back and send it back ashore.
Thank you very much, Chandramohan. Thanks for informing everything what company is doing to avoid getting plastics on board a vessel. And thank you very much, Captain Sen, for being the first one to start with the question session. We don't have any further questions, so there's a couple of options to make life easy for everyone. Raise your hand. We can unmute you so you can speak to our senior management, Chandramohan and Christopher, or as done in the past, write it down and we'll take it up. Thank you, Karen, for writing down to everyone various options. Still, I think
Rishi, what happens is I think people are just getting warmed up, you know.
Yeah.
Go along, maybe you'll get more questions coming.
Indeed. I think this is just a warm-up session. Nevertheless, thank you very much for saying that, Chandramohan. So we have Q&As after end of each session, you know, and in case those questions are not addressed because of time constraint or anything, we can take it up at later stage during the final Q&A. Mukund has come up, Chandramohan. Sir, any suggestion or an idea over to the cyber security?
Yeah, a suggestion or an idea over to the cyber securities. I didn't understand this question, Mukund. If you can be more specific.
Yeah, Mukund, would you like to speak to Chandramohan or Christopher? We can unmute you. Though the question is not very clear.
Yes, sir. So, good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me now, sir?
Loud and clear.
I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah. Sir, it actually, I just wanted to write more over it, but I actually has just pressed enter, so it just went off. It was just an idea or a suggestion, if I could put over to it, that people on board basically are a little bit less aware about the computer or the IT technologies to use, because sometimes there have been few viruses or malwares which somehow comes and being detected, or especially like I would say a practical example, one of my vessel has like the server of our onboard is having a different operating system. So when we somehow or the other, by taking backup or any other thing or any export, we put the pen drive over it, the system creates an own files generated to read the pen drive on that particular system, Windows system. When that same pen drive is inserted into another operating system like Windows 10 or 7, then there the system 10 detects as a malware or a thing. So there the files get corrupted and then landing up to do and some IT, you know, something like that. So few things about like, you know, the like some crash course or something like for the IT part, because most of the times we have some or the other pen drives or any data, like suppose we are taking about the CVDs, taking the backup and sending, exporting for the updating of the certificates and the courses what we are doing on board. So particular on that particular things, because I myself have faced few things, but it's not okay because I have an IT background. I did my computer BSc IT. So it's okay for me and it's okay. But I have observed few things because we are getting more and more into IT technology, and people are basic few things are not being aware or being taught. So I hope what I'm trying to say, I'm very not thing.
Yeah, Mukund, it's a quite a decent thing what you have said. I agree with what you say. But I think we have these courses, Rishi. I think don't we have these courses coming into this onboard training?
No, indeed, Chandramohan, I was about to address that. We do have quite a few number of e-learnings. Mukund, probably I can touch base with you separately on behalf of training. Probably once you're on board, you can log in and see quite a few trainings on cybersecurity. Probably it's a recommended training, and I can share some more information with you on a separate note.
Okay, sir.
Okay, I see some more questions also. Something people don't agree with: water from filters cannot replace with natural minerals. We are giving these filters which have natural filters on, minerals on board. These filters can replace them. So it is not that I can say for myself, I have sailed on ships earlier before we used to get this mineral water. We never used to buy any mineral water. We used to drink the same water from the tanks. And that was good enough. And I think there's nothing wrong even now. So I would suggest that please don't have these inhibitions. If you feel you have to have some problems, if you think there are some problems, please, you can send it for testing. We have no problems with that. We can allow that. And in fact, what water you get in the bottles is much worse than what is on board. If you send it for testing, it will not clear. You can see, go and you can do it yourself when you get on board your ship, and you can check it out. I think I'm clear on that. This anonymous attendee, so I can't see the name there.
Sure, Chandramohan. I'll just read out two questions to everyone. It was said that single-use plastic, somebody had an issue with the teeth rather, during the contract time period on board. So thank you, Chandramohan, being very vocal that that should not be the case. And in case water needs to be sent for testing, company is open to do that and take required action if something is found not in order. So I am sure this has clarified the question to anonymous attendee.
Yeah.
Great. I saw another question coming from Sachin. Can we do something to stop incinerating some recyclable material like wood, paper, cardboard?
No, we must incinerate. These are recyclable. We can land it if required. But what I would suggest, then you had to have a good storage space on board, which is not possible. Then you get flies and you get a lot of other things there. So it's better to incinerate.
Thank you, Chandramohan. Very clear. We had one hand being raised by Pata. You have been unmuted. Please go ahead. And is your question to Chandramohan or to Christopher?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Yes, just I want to ask some question and some little bit information that's about the cyber security. First of all, who is the officially cyber security officer on board? Sometimes we have this situation that's somebody delegated to chief officer, somebody delegated to chief engineer. Just to know, as example, for example, security officer, everybody knows, most probably chief officer. Safety officer, chief officer. Like this, who is officially officer? And one more I want to say, just first answer me questions, this one, that I know.
Okay, my answer to that question is the master is responsible for all cybersecurity matters, because in the end, he's a responsible person.
That's clear, yes. Of course, master is responsible, but sometimes they delegate for everything. Master responsible.
Exactly. Because this is under direct control. Because if he doesn't provide the control, he's strict on board. You will not have any incident of people misusing the system.
Yes. And second one, just I want to say, you told before that do not give permission for somebody to put stick in a computer or some memory to that. Sometimes we have the situation not in Europe. Europe, everybody, all surveyors, for example, they came with his laptops, with his printers. But when we are loaded, for example, in Nigeria or somewhere, they are also wanted. If I will not give them to print, they will not print the document. If they will not print the document, vessel will stay. This will be delayed.
Okay, for that we are given a standalone printer which is not on the network. You can directly print, put it into the printer, the stick, and then you can print it from there. So most of our ships have those kind of printers, a big network printer, one on the bridge and one on the CCR.
Yeah, but not all printer is. Sometimes we have the situation that some documents they can print in from the printer directly. They have memory stickers, but some of them is not read. Some of documents the printer cannot read.
That is true, but the problem here is we don't want our systems to compromise. So if the vessel has to, if the man has to go and get his documents, he has to get it from shore. Let him get it from shore. But we cannot compromise our systems. Our systems are quite important for us. So just for for the vessel to sail, because of this problem, we cannot compromise our system. Sorry.
Yeah, I understood you. I agree with you. Of course. Maybe like suggestion, if vessel will have some additional computer, which is not will be including in system. For example, he will be not included, like separate, which they can use with the printer just to solve the problem time to time.
I understand what you're saying, but that is why we gave the standalone printers. So that is what we can provide. We don't want to give any computer on board because invariably, even if you have a standalone computer, I think there is one standalone computer which is used for the crew, but I'm not sure about that. But for sure, even if it is there, somebody or other invariably will put a stick and take it along and stick it into the official network.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Shalamakon.
Thank you. Spasiba.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. That was a very healthy and open discussion. Chandramohan, there is a comment again, a suggestion by same anonymous attendee. And he says most practical issue using onboard drinking water on an older vessel is replacement of all old pipes and cleaning of tanks during sailing. Request to be addressed during dry dock as priority basis. Any comments on that?
Yeah, we have no issues with that. If we have to change the pipes, we change the pipes. If you have to clean and paint the tanks, we have to do it. So that even when sailing, we used to do, and even still this can be done. We don't have to wait for dry dock for it.
Sure, absolutely. We have a couple of hands being raised. Jatinder, you have been unmuted. Would you like to speak to Chandramohan?
Yes, good morning, good afternoon to everyone. This is Jatinder, Chief Engineer. My last vessel was Front Cascade. As if I have faced certain issues on the vessel regarding VSAT system and the bridge equipment. So my concern is, if in case, can we introduce some specific course in which senior engineer officers can be trained to handle bridge equipment? Certain troubleshootings can be taken care remotely. Certain troubleshootings we need are hands-on experience with some training and particular courses which can be introduced into the. There are many courses in the industry which our engineers can pursue and can handle certain situations. Like we had a VSAT failure and we were running out of VSAT for almost 1 full month because vessel was on sail from one port to another port. And in Singapore, we received a technician and technician fixed the problem and we resumed the VSAT operations. So such of the VSAT, okay, we can manage. It's just, I can understand the internet issue, but bridge equipment, specifically radars and egg disc and upmast handling units and all. So if certain course, which we can pursue some trainings and handle such
Jitendra,
situations. I think
thank
it
you.
might help us to.
Yeah, Jitendra, thank you. But the problem here is, these are all are sensitive equipments, and these people who are there, they have been trained for years and years. I mean, as all of us engineers, including myself, we are jack of all trades. We think that's the question, because we can do everything, we can do everything, but we can't do everything. Because on a ship, all of us are marine engineers, are jack of all trades, and we are not specialists in any one. I would feel that even if you do this, because we are doing a lot of troubleshooting nowadays, remote troubleshooting, but sometimes it is working, sometimes it is not.
Not
and
working,
where it is not, we have to get a technician on board. And VSAT is all equipment is, these are all leased equipment. So we are not supposed to meddle with it at all.
Okay, these are leased
and the bridge equipment as well, the radars and all, these are high voltage items. So please, we have to be very careful. Okay, whatever possible to do, we will always send it by email to do. And the electrician is quite well capable. He's quite capable of doing it. And we are not removed any electrician from any of the ships. All the ships are manned with the electrical officer on board.
But sir, recently on my previous vessel, I faced an issues, and believe me, certain trainings might have helped us out, because I agree that we might require technician, but you can understand the situation when technicians are repeatedly visiting the vessels, and the budgets are getting concerned. And you can, what I mean to say is, in a single go, even okay, I agree, we need technician. But if from shipboard, if we can give them exact feedback, what exactly they want, and in a single visit, if the problem can be fixed, that would be helpful for us and for the budget as well. So that the single visit technician, along with the exact equipment or the replacement part which we require, we can order, he can come, visit, fix the equipment and go back. That would be quite helpful. Anyways, I agree with you, electricians are quite good enough, but still I feel maybe certain trainings which are there in the industry, which people has been trained for, to at least where to nail down and where to pinpoint the specific position and the location of the troubleshooting and the problem, might help us out to reduce the lead time of troubleshooting, and on top of it, fixing the problem within a stipulated duration of time. That was my call. And on top of it, one more thing, I would like to continue on the same question regarding this freshwater pipelines. So nowadays we have CPVC fittings which are rust free, which the life of that CPVC fittings are quite, I can say, maybe they will last for maybe 30-40 years of the life. So my advice is, like, when vessels are going to DDs and all, maybe the pipelines which are already rusted and in bad condition can be replaced with CPVC fittings as well, right, sir?
No, PVC fittings also we have on some of our ships. We have seen that sometimes they crack. It's not quite a good one, because then we lose full piping, So like even we have for the scrubber towers, so scrubber ships also, we have a lot of these pipes. So, okay, we can for small sections, yes, we can. But
freshwater, sir. Freshwater intake to the accommodation.
I'm talking of freshwater, yes.
Yes, sir.
Even in our houses, it starts leaking sometimes, So
CPVC, my experience was quite good. Anyways.
Yeah, okay. Understood. Yeah. We take care of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we are a little overboard the time. Chandramohan, there is a comment from Mikhail. He's appreciating comments and instruction. Today we have raised very important question and receive appropriate answers. Thank you very much. Mikhail Alexander Tarkov, Chief Officer, is suggesting we have our best Mr. Vinod Pillai for remote assistance to solve many problems on board.
So, thank you, Mikhail. Thank you, Alexander. I will convey your good thoughts to Vinod as well. And thank you very much for your support.
We have few questions from Sachin and Kishant Negi, few other questions. Probably, guys, this is a dedicated session, what Chris and Chandramohan just shared. So may I request, if you have got any such questions, please write it down, and we have 40 minutes of open forum Q&A. before we close for the day today. So most of these questions will be taken at that moment of time. So Kishant and other questions what have come, we have moved on to the final Q&A. We are not taking them right now because it may not be relevant to what Chandra Mohan just shared. We have some very interesting topics coming up in the coming time, in next few hours. So, as I said, we are 10 minutes late. Time to take a stretch break. Guys, have some water, some tea, coffee, move on. I strongly suggest when we have these interactive sessions online, keep moving, get up, stretch yourself, your back, keep yourself hydrated so that we don't face much issues sitting at one place for a longer time. So see you in 10 minutes. As I suggested, take some water, tea, coffee, and then we'll be back in 10 minutes for some very, very interesting session coming from Farhad, Ramesh, and other colleagues. See you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. That was some lovely music. Back to work, guys. Farhad and Mandeep are going to enlighten us a bit about what HSSE excellence looks and PSC inspection. Farhad, Mandeep, all yours.
Good morning. Good morning once again to everybody. Been with the company for the last 30 years, or more actually now, and started off with Barbers as a cadet in '88, sailed for a good about 17 years, many various different types of ships, mainly on tankers and ending with VLCCs, different types of tankers, and then joined the office in 2005. I'll let my colleague, Captain Mandeep, introduce himself. Next slide, please. What about the introduction for Captain Mandeep? I think I missed. Okay. Okay, we just go ahead. Captain Mandeep, you'd like to introduce yourself before we go ahead?
Mandeep, you're on mute. Can't hear you.
Hi guys, I think I know most of you. Been around since 2008. I joined the company in 2008, and I've come from BW Gas. Mostly last couple of years was sailing on LPG vessels, but I think I know everybody now. And hello again. Go ahead, Farhad.
Thank you. Okay, we can go down with the slide, the contents. Yeah. Before we start off on this, the HSSE excellence and PSC inspections, we have tried to put in, rather tried to share a lot of information over here. So would request your kind attention. We know it's not easy to sit down on the computer and see this, but it is important that we get a lot of information that we follow, that we know about, we would like to share with all our colleagues. Though I'm just seeing that some of the participants have reduced now. We had a high number. Am I not seeing right? I'm not sure, Rishi. But yeah, moving on with to HSSE excellence, we are 10 minutes already past the time, but we will try and over the day cover up and see how we can fit things into place and complete things on time as far as possible. Yeah, moving on today, where are we today? We all know that we are being faced with various challenges as far as work. We all work in a hazardous environment. Our ships are tankers carrying various kind of hazardous cargo, crude oils to products, to chemicals, to even veg oils. And there are a lot of hazards involved in the carriage of such cargo, as we all know, as you all know, all our colleagues who are attending here. And with these challenges, we would like to give a big thank you to everybody and an appreciation that we've had a lot of success. Generally, ships have been operating safely and efficiently. People have stood up to the occasion. People have gone through a number of inspections. Our colleagues have gone through a number of inspections, making sure that the ships are operated safely and efficiently. And that is where the lots of success comes in. We have generally a good safety record. As we know, any incident can totally wipe out a company or have severe consequences or even wipe out a company. So we generally have a good safety record. However, there is still some scope for improvement, and we need to focus on these areas. What I always share with everybody is that we need to keep where we are doing well, to keep those areas going good, to continue keeping those areas doing good, and where we need to focus on is where any areas of improvement, and see how we can work and improve on that better. You will see more as we go through the slides. And the important thing here is emphasis on good leadership in driving improvements. As it was said earlier by Mr. Curtin also, and a number of times, remember, you are all leaders. Everybody is a leader, especially when it comes to safety. And your leadership and personal example, as we say, lead by example, will be the heart of improving the team performance. As it was mentioned earlier on also by Mr. Curtin, in that snapshot of the pit stop, team performance is important, and we need to lead by examples and set high standards. So we go to the next slide, please. Yeah. As you see, the chain is broken here, the weakest link. And what happens is often when we talk about a good safety culture, we talk about a broken safety culture, where normally an incident would happen. Is it happens because of various factors as put up over here. Fear, as we say, we are all leaders in our own way on board the ship, and ineffective leadership, non-compliance with the rules and regulations, miscommunication. It was mentioned earlier on that we need to communicate. It should be a two-way communication, especially when talking about critical safety information. The important thing is lessons learned. We need to, if there have, see, like the shipping industry generally is known to be pretty reactive instead of proactive, and now that is slowly, a lot of push is going to be into being proactive. And yes, if there have been incidents do happen, and when they do, we need to learn from them so that we prevent it from happening again. We increase the awareness. All our colleagues are more aware that, okay, this is what happened, let's do this, let's make sure this doesn't happen again, is what is strongly emphasized. So let's not ignore the lessons learned, all the information that is shared out after any occurrence or even after any inspections, whether it be vetting or internal audits or whatever. So profit before safety, yeah, productivity comes before safety is one of the things that can, cause a weakness and break this link. So let's not get into that area. Yeah, we are running the ships, which is a business to our clients, and it is a business, but yet we can only run that business well if we ensure doing everything safely and then efficiently. The buddy system. The buddy system is again what was mentioned during the safety moment also, and even during Mr. Curtin's presentation. We need to look after our own safety and the safety of others around us. Next slide, please. Yeah, some themes. It's important, as we always, and this message has gone out a number of times to all our colleagues on board, also all of you all who are attending here must have heard this, is definitely no shortcuts. We do it the right way or we don't do it at all. And that is what is developing a good safety culture on board, in the offices, and everywhere. We develop an environment where everybody is involved as a team, and we all are leaders, and we all communicate appropriately, make sure that incidents, accidents do not happen, make sure that we do not get injured and our colleagues do not get injured. Now, it's important to remember that your role is essential. Without our colleagues who are on board at the sharp end, who are actually operating the ships, we cannot have a shipping company, we cannot operate the ships. So your role is absolutely essential, and how you as leaders actually make sure that the ships are run safely and efficiently. You will hear this word safely, efficiently a number of times, but that is the way we are also emphasizing, and would request you to take it back when you go back on your next vessel feeling positive. Often accidents often happen when those involved are under stress or pressure. As we know, we all tend to make certain judgments, certain mistakes. Remember, there's no right or wrong, but certain actions are taken, certain judgments are taken. And when we are under stress and under pressure, we need to know how actually to deal with that. How to work around things when we are under stress and pressure and take the most appropriate or right decisions. So now, when we talk about working under pressure, we have training, we have drills, we have various courses for all our colleagues on board. Use these courses, use the material, use the information shared as part of this training, so that when we have a situation, or should we have a situation, then we know how to deal with it in the best way. Like, for example, when we have fire and boat drills, with that training, if ever, God forbid, it's ever required to be used, or we have to face an occurrence or an incident where there is a fire, we know how to deal with it, and certain actions are automatically taken, without having to put anyone or even the ship into further trouble or further situation. Poor response in emergency situations is commonly noted factor in accident investigations. And this is where training and drills come in, so that we know what actions to take. And personal resilience, as this has been also shared with all our colleagues on board, and I'm sure most of you all may have done the PIMS on resilience. It's important how we bounce back from a situation. It's very important how we contain the situation and minimize further damages, minimize any further accidents is what is important. Sorry, Karen, if you're listening, I don't know if you've got the poll questions going out to our colleagues.
Karen, you there?
In any case, we can go to the
yes, sir, Rishi, let me just.
Sorry, we can go to the next slide, please. I think the last one has come, slide 42. Any responses have been received, Karen?
Karen, is this the first poll question, or we had it earlier too?
Yes, this is the first one, Rishi.
All right.
Yes. Whenever you get the responses from all our colleagues, then we can share it. It's good for everybody to see what responses we've received. And also, yeah, we moved on to the next slide, that is on safety first. And more than safety first, it's being serious about safety. Remember, safety is not just a tick box exercise. Like when we now, obviously, as part of the ISM code, as it was mentioned earlier on, a number of checklists were developed, a number of procedures were put in place. So it's not just a tick box exercise, but it is there actually to help us to use these things, to use these tools to work more safely. I think you've put up the poll questions, and that's good to see that 93% have agreed that you were encouraged to speak up or challenge at any unsafe act or unsafe condition in your last tenure. And that is a very positive thing, that it's 93%. Some still have doubts where they say somewhat agree and 2% is disagree. Now this is where we need to work on. This is where we need to cover up those gaps to see that we are all on the same page, all on the same boat, and that we all agree that our colleagues are being encouraged to speak up in case of any, for any safety requirements. So, but it's still a positive note on this, and you can close this, please. We can go on. Yeah, I think there were other poll questions. Just bring them up as they come, please. This is another question, which was for a slide before though, but do you recollect any occasion when you or your colleagues actually challenged an unsafe act or a risk that could result in an occurrence? When you have the response, we'll bring it up, but in the meantime, I'll just go on about having a mindset, being serious about safety, and which has many benefits. It has even personal and domestic benefits, and obviously commercial benefits. We all go there, we all work to earn our salaries. So our family gets, we can give various benefits to our families, to ourselves. And yeah, also commercial benefit from an owner's point of view, where the ships are always commercially operable and are in the market and being able to get cargoes. Important thing is we look for weak signals, and in that, having said that, teamwork is the key. All should participate equally. It's important that we supervise and mentor, because mentoring and supervising our colleagues, especially any new recruits, especially people with more experience, supervising and mentoring people who have less experience, because after all, experience is important, knowledge is important. Where some people have more knowledge in a certain area, supervising and mentoring other people, other colleagues. So it's important that we support each other. Just put the response to that once again, please, Karen. Sorry, I was talking. Yeah, this over here, it's good to see that 40% say often, 45% sometimes, and 15% never. This again needs a little more work over here. All our colleagues are again strongly encouraged to speak up, to stop the job, and to take every opportunity to stop any unsafe act or unsafe condition. So we would request to see that in future webinars, when we have this question, we would like to see more of our colleagues saying often. But yeah, it's good that at least this is being dealt with, this is being taken up, and people are doing it, people are taking action as appropriate. For the people who have mentioned never, I think we need to take this up, and if we have any difficulties, please reach out to us. We are always here open for discussion. I know everybody's tied up with a lot of work, but yet we always see which way we can best support our colleagues. Close the slide, please. No, next slide, sorry. Yeah. We cannot proceed on HSSG without seeing where we stand with the injuries, which comes under accidents. I won't go too long over here, but we've had our share of injuries on board, all that could have been easily avoided. Unfortunately, yet our colleagues got injured. Luckily, no major injuries, but there were some which were quite serious, and you would see that when we are doing the presentation in the afternoon on incidents and accidents. However, having said that, if you see, the graph has gone slightly up for the lost time injury frequency and the total recordable case frequencies in the last quarter, mainly because in July we've had some of our colleagues getting injured, and we've had lost time injuries where the person had to be signed off and sent home, sent to the hospital for further treatment. And definitely we don't want that. We should all look after ourselves and our colleagues, so that all our colleagues can safely complete the tenures and go home safe to your families after having earned your well-deserved salaries. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is just a snapshot of where we stand with the injury breakdown. If you see, most of the cases were first aid cases, but could have very well been medical treatment cases or lost time injury cases. This is followed by lost time injury cases, which is again, when the whole industry looks at lost time injury cases, is because a lost time injury cases is where someone or a person cannot return back to his normal working or return back to work. And in these cases, people had to be signed off, sent to the hospital for further treatment. Most of the cases involving slips, trips, and falls, cuts, bruises, and fractures. Number of them were fractures, actually, if you can see, and most of them involving hands. So we need to take care of our hands. We need to wear the proper PPE. We need to not put our hands in the wrong places. And root causes, again, attributed to poor judgment and inadequate what do you call, experience, risks not appropriately analyzed is what the causes come to. So we can go ahead to the next slide. I don't want to dwell too long on this. Yeah, incidents, again, over here, a good job to all our colleagues, most of you all who have just finished your contracts and are on leave, and please continue. We do not want any incidents. And however, yet there were some small incidents on, namely with regards to moving and spills on deck or in the engine room, which have been recorded here. Spills to sea is 0. We need to keep this up. We cannot afford to have any spills to 0, as we know the consequences are serious with huge fines, ship being off hire, and even personal fines in today's world. So please be careful. We cannot afford to have any spills to sea. Also, of course, air pollution cases is 0. We didn't have any reported on this. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. You can bring the poll question. Have you all actually used the notebook? Staff notebook. In any case, we can put the contents of the slide, please, Karen. Thank you. Now, coming here, the importance, emphasizing on the importance of reporting. Now, we know that everybody makes mistakes. All of us make mistakes. We are all human. To err is human rather, and everybody makes mistakes. Even the most highly qualified, could be surveyors, even the vetting inspectors, and anybody can make a mistake. However, it's important to have that atmosphere where everyone, again, coming back to what we said earlier, is encouraged and empowered to report. Firstly, stop the job, correct the situation, and report any unsafe acts or any unsafe conditions without any repercussions. And here, as leaders, where all of you are leaders, all of us are leaders, is especially the senior officers must be receptive to such reports, and it should be taken positively, and how to respond to it justly and in line with the company's just culture. Now, there is a procedure we have in the VMS on how to report any such occurrences is normally done. We have a box over there. It's done to the safety officer or even to your colleagues or even the senior management on board. So it's important that all occurrences are stopped, corrected, and reported. And thanks for answering the poll question to everybody. And it's a good positive response here, where 95% are using the staff notebook. As you know, there are many notes in over there, very important, good, relevant, briefly given notes. Please use that. It keeps reminding our colleagues to stop the job, the do's and don'ts of the company, and the PPE that we use. Thank you for this, and we can close the and go to the next slide, please. Okay. I'm not sure if everybody has heard. This information is being circulated on a quarterly basis. It's the high-low program that the company has been very, very strongly involved with, and with Shell as a partner of this program, and where leading events are analyzed, like near misses, unsafe acts, unsafe conditions. The high-low model tells us where to focus our energies on. And high-low, by what it means is that high severity, low frequency. Yeah, so these may not happen so often, but it could have high severity should there be an incident happening. And it is important, again, coming back to what we said earlier, is reporting is very, very important here. That is why we need all our colleagues to take that little extra effort to report such occurrences. And we hope to have your cooperation going forward when you are on your next vessel and at any time. Team one culture approach. I think we overshot the time, Karen, so we have about 10 minutes more. Now, talking about the tanker fleet, the main points over here to focus on are what were identified basis this survey is thanks to all your reports on the leading events, thanks to the reports from all our colleagues on board, is collision, asphyxiation, flooding, collision with a vessel that is less than 50 meters, and fire and accommodation. Yeah. So these are the areas, and this has been circulated with the, as it's shown over here, the actions to take has already gone out to all the vessels. Please take this seriously. When you go on board, actually have such discussions. Talk to our colleagues, to all other colleagues on board, each other. And this is not a tick box exercise. When it's mentioned actions to take, let's take it seriously. We need to take safety seriously and, come back with your feedback. Thank you. Next slide, please. A quick breakdown of the unsafe acts and unsafe conditions. I won't dwell too much into this. This information is shared with all our colleagues on board. It's given by, this is how we get a snapshot, and it's given by various classes. But what I would like to highlight here is we've had a good rate of an average rate of the unsafe acts and unsafe condition reporting by all our colleagues, and thank you very much. Please give a hand to yourselves. It's 6.74, which is a very good rate, but we need to see good substance, and this information is shared with all our colleagues. Again, importance given to safe acts. Safe acts also could be reported, should be reported, and we would like to request everybody going back on the next shift, and we would like to see an increase of the safe acts as they are shared as best management practices. Okay, next slide, please. These are some of our colleagues, our ships, who have been awarded the Safety Catch of the Month. The importance of this is to, again, encourage on board, all our colleagues on board, to stop any unsafe acts or unsafe conditions, report it, and the winning reporter shall receive a certificate of appreciation from the managing director, Mr. Christopher Curtin, and cash reward of $100. But these are some of the ships in the recent months who have sent very good safety catches, and this is what we would like to see more and more coming from all our colleagues and all the ships. Next slide, please. Thank you. Yep. Partners in maritime safety. There's a poll question. Would request all of you all to answer it, please. And while you're answering it, I will just remind everybody on this. We are doing this every month, so I'm sure everybody should be very familiar with this. And the reason of doing this is that these reflective learning modules, learning engagement tools will help increase the awareness and obviously prevent any injuries, accidents, incidents from happening. The last one being, are we in control? And the reason for that is due to the injuries that have spiked up in the month of July and previous across the V group and even in ITM. And we do not want, and we would not like our colleagues to get injured or home injured. The ultimate goal, as it's shown in this, the house over there, is zero incident injury industry. We want zero incidents and zero accidents, and the importance of care for our people and resilience. If people have answered the poll question. Oh, that's again a very good positive, and thank you to everybody for answering the poll questions. We see a very strong 96% that meetings are taking place, so that's good to know. And who should conduct the meetings? Here we would like to see a slight difference. It is master, chief officer, and sometimes chief engineer. Just go down and see what have we given for the others. Sometimes on some ships, yes, our colleagues, the junior officers, are being encouraged, like 4% only, second officers, third officer 8%, and third engineer and fourth engineer just 1%. What we would like to see here is okay, this is a positive that people are, our colleagues are doing these meetings and meetings are taking place, which is very good. And that gives a very, very good positive sign, indication. However, we would like to see the shift of doing these meetings from the master and the safety officer to the junior officers, any one of the junior officers to be selected, different junior officer for a different month, or even who is good or who can take this forward, because you all are the future. Our junior officers are the future, will be captains and chief engineers in future, and we would like this to be ingrained, embedded into our colleagues, our junior officers, who would soon become senior officers and even take command of the ships. So we would like to see more on that side. Thank you for this poll. And we can go to the next slide, please. I will hand over to my colleague, Captain Mandeep.
Okay, we'll just run through PSC quickly, briefly here, because I think we're way over time, Farad. So, so far to date, PSC and the ITM fleet, we've had this is the record from 1st of January 2021 to 30th September 2021, 3 quarters. So we've had 17 code, we've had 10 code 17 findings, 4 code 99 findings, 3 code 16 findings, and mostly in what areas? Engine, chapter 10 of VIQ, engine steering department, chapter 5, safety management. By and large, the PSC record has been pretty good, and appreciation to all you guys there who make it that way. And down below here is the breakup of the findings. Now, one thing I'd like to just remind all of you that cybersecurity is a big thing nowadays, as has come up several times in this meeting already. And the USCG is looking at cybersecurity very carefully. So when they come on board for their TVEL inspections and for their even for their security inspections, they'll ask questions about cybersecurity. So it's important that everybody on board is familiar with cybersecurity. I mean, when you have your safety meeting, just discuss cybersecurity and just make it clear to everybody what is the concept of cybersecurity, and that it's a danger which is there for all aspects of a ship operation, not only just navigation, engine control. It's everywhere, so everybody should be familiar. Next slide, please. Right. Next is PSC preparation. Now, all of you must have seen this MAR 11 pre-arrival checklist very often. As we always say, first impressions make the difference. So first impression is how the vessel looks cosmetically. Then moorings. Moorings is another thing. Any inspector, even when we go on board, even when you go and join a ship, first thing you look at is the moorings. You see a mooring slack, oh, the mooring is slack. So these are the things which make the first impression. Moorings, the condition of the vessel, the main deck, the turn up of the person receiving you at the gangway. Is he wearing the correct PPE? Is he wearing a clean boiler suit? So all these things add up for the PSC checklist. And you know, we are noticing nowadays that PSC, the MAR 11s are coming back right on time and very regularly. But sometimes when the PSC inspector goes on board, we get a different picture. So we would request all of you to actually check what is being ticked off in that PSC checklist and the photographs, and where that photograph symbol is there, please send the photograph of that area also, so that we in the office are on the same page. So please go through everything you tick off, which is ticked off in the PSC checklist, which I understand might be delegated. We request the senior officers to go and actually ascertain that for themselves. So that's important, PSC checklist. Then we have these PSC updates which come in from the group on a quarterly basis, especially on areas where PSC findings have been, marked up in that quarter, and they'll give you a couple of things, extra things to look at where the focus is on, where PSC inspectors are checking in the recent past. So special focus on those areas. We, as said before, we would want everybody to actually go through it and ascertain that everything ticked off is actually checked. And next slide, please. Action codes, I think you're all familiar with it. 30 grounds for detention, 17 rectify deficiency before departure. Now, 17 plus is a code which comes very often. Now, let's not get complacent when we see 17 plus. It doesn't mean rectify before departure. It means ground for detention. So 17 plus is actually just another code 30. So when you see a 17 plus, the red flag has to go up. You know that as soon as the PSC inspector comes on board, you need to inform the office. And if you get a 17 plus or anything like that, definitely bring it to notice of the office, because that is a ground for detention. It's almost as serious as the code 30 finding itself. So gentlemen, a few things to remember. One thing is, when the PSC inspector comes on board, you need to inform us. You need to engage with the PSC inspector, ensure that he's not left alone. A senior officer is with him at all times. And anything which is pointed out is immediately attended to if possible. If you can rectify it there and then, nothing like it. Rest, we are just one phone call away. Give us a call and tell us we have this thing, we need to sort this out urgently, and the full office support team swings into action, and we all work on it together to rectify the problem as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. Right. We have a lot of self inspections going on nowadays. We have the safety self-assessment, we have the navigation self-assessment, we have the cargo audits, we have the mooring audits, we have the cybersecurity audits. So what we would request all of you is to do these as diligently as possible. Conduct them so that you can, it's a pre-warning of what might be expected in upcoming inspection, or what might just lead to a failure in the near future. Spread it amongst all officers on board, delegate duties so that everybody on board takes responsibility and is accountable for what he is responsible for. And of course, all the best management practices we send out to you, please go through them and be familiar with them, so that you're not caught with any surprises when the PSC inspector lands up on board. The don'ts: don't be afraid to report problems, report them as they are. And there's this tendency on board which says that it's always been like that, the company already knows about it. No, that's not the way to go about things. If it's been like that, let's make an effort to correct it and inform the company where there's doubt. Right, Farhad, I think we are way over time. Go ahead on the rest. Thank you for your attention, everybody.
There's a poll question which had come up, but it's a good 100% and a very positive feedback if you've seen this. Thank you, Captain Mandeep. And the checklists are useful, which is again 100%. That's good to know that we are all on the same page, and that people, our colleagues do feel that these checklists are. I do agree we are over time, but we started off also about 10 minutes late. So, and I heard the alarm bells ringing from Karen, but we cannot complete this session without a reminder on toolbox talks and risk normalization. Just a small thing to be said here is that we should not be complacent, and most of these accidents that have taken place, or all these accidents actually, where people had lost situational awareness, where the risks, basic risks, were not evaluated, which could have prevented such occurrences from taking place and our colleagues getting injured. And same with even incidents. So it's important that we are not complacent, and we always evaluate the risk, even mentally, during the toolbox talks, and that's what toolbox talks should be used for. Next slide, please. Again, quick reminder on the chess culture. I'm sure most of you, or everybody knows about the procedures, and this has been reiterated and reiterated many times. It's important to understand that the company strongly believes in a just culture and not a blame culture. People should understand the difference between a blame and a just culture. A just culture helps learn. A just culture doesn't blame, but yes, it takes into account a just way of actually seeing things and not a blame way. I think there's a poll question here, if I'm not mistaken, but just culture works on justness, and we need to be open and honest in our reporting. However, it also holds individuals should be accountable for their actions. Yes, that's what just culture will look into, and obviously not somebody doing things willfully. Next slide, please. Again, a very, very strong reminder on the company's drug and alcohol policy, as it can be seen over here in short. It is compliance is to be maintained all the time, and by each and every one of us, by all the personnel, and relevant policies. If the ship is operated as a dry ship, or there's limited amount in line with the procedures, then that needs to be strictly complied with. And in short, complete observance. Just to let you know, for everybody's feedback, recently there was a case where on another vessel, where people had gone ashore and came back, refused to agree to be tested, and that led to a lot of problems with the oil major that had chartered that vessel, and obviously, that leads to further complications, a lot of justifications and various actions to be taken to prevent it. Also a reminder to everybody that if you're going on board your next vessel, you carrying medicines with you, please declare it. Even when doing the unannounced test, please declare it, because over the last year, we got a couple of cases where the medicines were not declared at the unannounced test, and then obviously it has to go into investigations and other areas. So important, please remember, there's no leeway with the drug and alcohol policy. The next slide, please. Some of the company campaigns, as you all know, fire safety, navigation. We had the safety climate survey. There's a poll question on that. We request you to answer it, and would appreciate your feedback. The safety catch of the month, as we saw, and the CRMPMS monthly meetings. It's important during these times we look out for one another. You could put up the poll question and go to the next slide, please, Kevin. I would request everybody to answer the poll question. And if you have any comments, you can put it onto the chat. We will pick it up from there later on as to why, if it is a yes. If it's no, very good. But if it is a yes, why you feel like that, and what are your comments on that, would appreciate. It's about the safety climate survey, and do we need to work a lot of overtime to get any job done safely, as we have been talking a lot about safety, doing things safely, teamwork, etc. Thank you. Yep, you are all safety leaders. Again, a reminder, culture is the shadow of the leader. And we are all leaders. We need to make sure that we all work and lead by example. Next slide, please. And that's the end of our presentation. What I would say over here, Rishi, is that instead of using those 10 minutes, which we overshot with the question and answer session, we could probably go on to next presentations. Yes, thank you for the survey. But so some people, 31% feel yes. Most of the people, most of our colleagues, 69% say no, and that is a good sign. Those who have said yes would appreciate your feedback. We will capture it there. What we can answer today, we will. Otherwise, we will see how we can address these issues. Would appreciate it. Thank you for your feedback, your honest feedback, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Farhad. Thank you very much, Mandeep, for sharing very, very informative session. Before we move on, one small thing, Farhad, you just pointed regarding medicines. Well, in my past, I have a similar experience during my last stint, where seafarers were carrying some medicines into UAE, and they were caught at the airport. And It's quite sad that they didn't have any prescription or nothing, no paperwork, just medicines, and they were supposed to be controlled medicine. Rather that one of the seafarer, he was an AB, he was taking some strong painkillers, but he didn't have any prescription. And as per UAE rules, we all know, probably you, of course, you all must be aware, but for my seafarer friends, he was put behind bars, and it took few months for the company to do the required paperwork and take him out. So yes, it's quite a strict policy. So drug and alcohol, which include medicines, be very careful when you carry your personal medicines. Ensure you have a prescription from your doctors. It could be UAE or it could be any other port. Things are getting strict. So you said right. Seeing the sense of time, we will skip the Q&A. We have a couple of questions which we will carry forward for the open forum final Q&A. And may I request Ramesh? Ramesh is a vetting head based out of ITM Dubai. And Ramesh is going to update us on preparing the vessel for third-party inspection. Ramesh, all yours.
Yeah, thank you, Rishi. Welcome all and good afternoon. And to some of us in the Far East, probably good evening. Just a short recap, joined ITM Barbers as a cadet in '89 and promoted in 2002 as master, been mainly on the Bergeson and the frontline tankers, and then joined ITM as Marine Superintendent in 2006. And then, of course, since 2012, been working as vetting manager. Next slide, please. Yeah, there's a poll. Okay. Next slide, please. So, year after year, we see in ITM the performance is improving, which is being benchmarked with the group companies as well as the OCIMF ship managers. So far, the performance has been really good, and we hope to finish this year on a stronger note. We don't know what we're going to end up as an average, but we are looking as probably a good improvement on the figure what is being put up there. This is something which is pretty much of a good team effort from shore and ship. Extremely important that we need both the hands to give a clap. That means the preparation has to be good and the execution has to be good. So preparations part, we come into picture from the shore, but the execution part still lies with colleagues at sea. Some high risk observations which keeps repeating is what we put across. Pretty good, 66% know correctly. Yeah, the correct answer is medium risk. And some of these observations, if you have seen or if you've been sailing on board our vessels, we keep repeating these observations on a monthly basis, and we update the Excel sheets and send it across. It is part of lessons learned as well as getting our senior officers to inspect the ship and verify these observations do not exist on board. This is very critical because what we have seen is as long as the average observations coming down, the high risk observations in a way are coming down. That means the SIRE reports are pretty good for the oil majors. On this note, if you have seen the SIRE report screenings from the oil majors, we are currently at 98%. That means if we have 100 reports in the system, we see 98 reports are being cleared by oil majors for voyage after voyage. That's the strength of the performance, the response to the observations. And as far as the clients are concerned, that is what they are looking at. They don't want to see any rejections, but they want to see or have their ships acceptable for the oil majors at any given time. And we all know that SIRE is the ticket for trade. We can talk many things about ship management, but as far as the tankers are concerned, if the SIRE report is not good, for sure, the ship is not going to be cleared for business. Next slide, please. Yeah, so what we are looking at, SIRE has been constantly evolving for quite some time. What we are using now is the VIQ7, and from 2022, probably April, we're not sure, OCIMP is going to revise the new procedures that are going to come in. It's called SIRE 2.0 Vessel Inspection Plan or Procedure, they call. But it's part like remote SIRE, what we've been doing. Some of these documents and photographs, these have to be uploaded into the OCIMP website prior start of inspection. The inspector is going to carry a tablet with him, which is intrinsically safe, and he could take photographs of the condition of the vessel. So we expect, rather we don't know for sure at the moment, that any observations or the negative observations probably will be supplemented by the photographs. So picture speaks 1,000 words. So there is no ifs and buts there. What is there, and that has to be taken care of. Then there is also a possibility of TMSA verification being carried out on board using the SIRE observations and what is submitted in the system by the office. And then there is closeout of observation. So what we are looking at here is, this is a paradigm shift from what we have been seeing for now regarding SIRE inspections. And going forward, in one picture, the oil majors will come to know how the ship is performing, how the staff on board are performing, and how the company is performing. Everything comes into just one report. More or less like an audit, we can say, but this is being called as the SIRE reports for the future. Next slide, please. Yeah. So how this is going to be looked into? There is core questions which are there, which is probably a constant one. And we are thinking, we have engaged external consultants working on getting into a good checklist and as well as a program for the shipshore. The core we are looking at as possible high risk observations. Rotational is the artificial intelligence in OCIMP system creates those observations, probably particular to the type of ship, or it could be something coming from the previous reports, which are repeating for the inspector to see. And then there could be further questions or additional questions from PSC campaigns. And those things are also going to be included. So when an inspection is requested, the OCIM system generates this report. So you can see for every ship, you may find the report is a bit different than when compared to your vessel. So, and every time the report could change. The core questions may not change. Rotational, as we see, it could change. Campaign could change, depends upon the PSC campaigns. Now coming back to the crew on board. So the inspector can now ask anyone on board the procedures. I mean, you may have to demonstrate where it is written in the procedures. You may have to tell them about the safety requirements. You may have to demonstrate starting of engines or starting of emergency generators, fire pumps, etc., etc. And then it is not, probably what we have seen now is that the questions are related to the second mates, third mates. Okay, there is a poll coming up. And sometimes junior engineers. But with the SIRE 2.0, the questions can be asked even to the messman, to the OS, to the motorman's fitter. anyone whom the inspector deem fit during the inspection. So they can be summoned and they can be asked all these questions. They may be asked to demonstrate. If there is an issue with explaining or demonstrations, then this will fall under the high risk category. Obviously, it is linked to the ISM. So anything to do with crew competency means vessel is not in compliance with the safety management systems. So this is probably we are going to see a lot number of observations that are going to come in. So in general, an observation, generally we get one observations as we see, but here in this new SIRE 2.0, you may find 4 observations coming in one, meaning it could be related to hardware and they could be a process failure, they could be a human element, crew familiarization issue, and they could be human performance. So all these things put together, that could be an observation. So in a way, we expect conservatively, we are seeing about 2.5 observations per inspection. This could go up to probably 4 times. So meaning it could be 10 plus observations is what we are looking at when SIRE 2.0 comes into place. I mean, this is what it used to be in the SIRE 1.0 when it came in, and progressively over a period of time, the observation started reducing when we find the crew is trained on how to answer questions, how to prepare SIRE inspections. That probably will repeat again, is what we see. We don't know how the oil majors are going to screen these reports, how these responses have to be made. No one is at the moment have any clue, but probably we are expecting things to evolve from April 2022 onwards. Then probably we will have an idea as to how we can respond. That's nice. It's 87% no, it falls under high risk category. Yeah, that's correct. The next slide, please. Yeah, so some of the examples of general crew awareness questions. I mean, this is just an example what we could get from Intertanko. What atmosphere checks should be done when entering an enclosed space? Whose approval is mandatory? What checks should be done when preparing? And what procedure should be followed? But it used to be only few officers, but now these questions can be asked to from bosun to OS, even to fitter, to motorman, to messman. You never know. Whoever the inspector finds probably is appropriate to answer these questions, they can be answered. So this is how the OKIMP and the oil companies are looking at. It's a whole package. Probably we expect, when the SIRE came into picture, the tankers were having issues at that time, and over a period of time, things started coming down, accidents started reducing, safety standards started improving, procedures were being rigorously followed on board the vessels, and the ship has been performing very well in PSC inspections, flag state, and of course, loading and discharging operations at various terminals. So SIRE 2.0 is going to be a complete package. It's going to target the training. It's going to target the crew competency, your ability to understand the process, and your ability to demonstrate how this process is being followed on board, including starting and stopping of safety equipments, etc., etc. So it's a whole package. They have the oil companies and OKIMP have had a long discussions. This has been going on for the last 3 years, and finally they've come out with a package. Expect to kick off in April 2022. Maybe there could be some delays, we anticipate, depending upon the oil company's readiness to screen these reports. But again, our job is to start the preparation. So as far as ITM is concerned, where are we with this? We are working on this on the background, and probably by mid-December onwards, you should start getting at least the questions and probably the links where procedures could be formed. So your job on board is to start discussing those questions, checking the knowledge of the staff on board, training the staff on starting of all equipments, starting and stopping. Not only that, the senior management role comes into play where you have to verify the knowledge aspect. You have to physically check each and every person that he is well trained, he can answer the questions. That can be only done if you give them the necessary test, ask them to do this, ask them to do that, ask questions, ask them to find where it is given in the manuals. Then probably we will achieve success in the sire inspections. Anything to do with crew training, crew failure in demonstrations, safety failures, means the ship will be turned down for business. So we also expect there could be multiple queries coming from oil majors, and it is going to be a bit of a chaos probably for some time. We expect maybe 6 months, but then things should start falling down in place. But the only aspect where we see that we ITM can prevail in these conditions is a good solid preparation, verification, and then making the staff confident enough to answer the questions and do demonstrations. The ship is going to be the same. The ship is same. There's no changes to the ship. There's no changes to the conditions, but it's how the staff is demonstrating. The knowledge of the staff is going to be the key for success during sire inspections. Next slide, please. Yeah. I think we are winding up with this presentation part for the vetting aspects. If there are any questions, then please let us know, then we can take it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ramesh. Very, very interesting, very informative. Well, we have a dedicated Q&A after the environmental compliance session. So let me invite Erkut and Harjeet to speak on another very important subject, which is environmental compliance.
Can we start?
Yes, please.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon to all of you. So today we are going to talk about environmental awareness and environmental compliance, and hoping that you will find the topics that we are going to talk about useful. So let me introduce myself. After having sailed on board various type of tankers for 17 years, I stepped ashore in 2019 and took the role of fleet superintendent in ITM. And since then, I've been working for ITM and presently managing, looking after frontline and GNMTC vessels. So here I have my dear colleague, Mr. Hartaj Singh also, so who is going to self-introduce himself.
Everyone, good morning to you. My name is Hartaj. A little bit about my background. I started as a junior engineer with ITM in 2001. Have sailed on different type of tankers with ITM, and then I stepped ashore as a fleet superintendent in 2019. Currently, I'm handling frontline vessels, and yeah, thank you. So my colleague, Mr. Erkut, he's gonna continue, and then I will take over after him. Thank you.
So we'd like to start with our environmental vision. So briefly, we have the ambition to be the leader in environmental and energy management, both at sea and ashore. Next slide, please. So We Group is committed to a number of short and long-term initiatives that will be prevent pollution, decarbonize shipping in line with IMO decarbonization goal, and decrease greenhouse gas emissions through solid energy efficiency management, seeking alternative fuels to reduce harmful emissions, reduce waste generation and improve waste management, eliminate the use of single plastic of all forms, and environmentally sound ship recycling. Next slide, please. Here, let us have a glance through our environmental goals. So here we have three main groups to list our environmental goals as an organization. Even though it is listed as number 3 here, so I would like to start with our commitment to enhancing awareness of environmental responsibilities. Why? Because we all have to appreciate that the most important thing is actually the awareness of people, working in the organization. And the next is direct and reducing direct and indirect carbon dioxide emissions and the elimination of single-use plastics. Next slide, please. So let us talk about IMO decarbonization goals. So the IMO has a greenhouse gas strategy to reduce the carbon intensity of international shipping by 2050. Actually, the goal of the strategy is to cut the total annual greenhouse gas emissions by 50% in 2050 compared to 2008 values. And there are different ways to achieve these goals, of course, but alternative fuels can be used to meet IMO goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as a drop in fuel to replace marine fossil fuels, which we are being using in our fleets existingly. And that's why many ship owners are currently interested in LNG, biofuels, and other alternative fuels as a means to reduce these greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. So here is a very interesting piece of information on carbon dioxide emissions, actually. And if the shipping industry were a country, it will be the world's sixth biggest carbon dioxide emitter. And that's more than, as you can appreciate from the graph, it is more than the annual carbon dioxide emissions of Germany. And it's also worth mentioning here that the China alone is responsible almost 40 to 45% of total carbon dioxide emissions. Next slide, please. So far we have talked about our vision, environmental mission, the goals, decarbonization goal, and the environmental challenges. So now let us talk about the solutions. So there are different feasible options available to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions from the ships. And some of the options are already available on large scale and easily implementable. And the first one comes as short side energy. It's also known as cold ironing, as the way that ports can contribute to reducing shipping's emissions by simply turning off their engines and plugging into electrical supply. A point in the port ship can instantly become greener. Of course, this method mostly applies to ferries and the ships are having coastal voyages between fixed ports. And the second and widely available option is exhaust gas cleaning scrubber. Closed and open loop scrubbers are being used to reduce also sulfur oxide emissions. Sulfur oxide emission. This allows the vessels to burn actually 3.5% sulfur content fuel oil. And in this scenario, there is an increase of 1.5 to 3% carbon dioxide emissions emitted from the vessel. But if the sulfur was reduced to 0.5% at the refinery, so there will be a more increase actually in carbon footprint. So this is why exhaust gas scrubbers are on the stage right now. And of course, the alternative fuels, use of clean alternative fuels like biofuel, LNG, ammonia, and hydrogen, which we are going to see in the near future. Next slide, please. And in continuation, we can talk about the engine modification, water injection in the combustion space, and exhaust gas recirculation. That can also contribute reducing to NOx emissions, but not to Tier 3 levels. And another option, which is also widely available, and we have already 3 vessels fitted with this units, selective catalytic reaction. So the selective catalytic reaction is an active emissions control technology system that injects a special chemical, which is called urea, through a special catalyst into the exhaust stream of the diesel engine. And this just sets off a chemical reaction and that converts NOx into nitrogen, water, and tiny amounts of carbon dioxide. So SCRs are widely used on board the vessel for Tier 3 compliance. And the last, which also I believe we are going to see in the near future, is renewable energy sources like solar and wind power. Solar panels and windmills already actively installed on board vessels to reduce the carbon footprint. Next slide, please. And the second topic which we are going to talk about is another very serious threat to the environment. And looking at the slide, most of you must have already guessed, yes, it is microplastic pollution. And what is microplastics? So microplastics are a very tiny plastic particles that results from both commercial product development and the breakdown of larger plastics. So total plastic entering our environment, marine environment, is approximately 12.2 million tons per year. And as you can appreciate, as you will appreciate, so this is a very serious amount of plastic that we are talking about. So what is the source of microplastic? So we are all familiar with these items floating in the picture as we are all using them in our daily life. These are like beverage bottles, hygienic products, cigarette butts and cutlery, food container, plastic bags, so on. So, okay, but now the scary part comes actually. These tiny particles, pieces of plastics are already in our food chain. So how does microplastic enter our food chain? Because the animal eats plastics every day. Since one animal eats another, the microplastic can move through the food chain. It also comes to our tables in forms of fish, seafood, which we normally enjoy. Next slide, please. So I'm sure the picture on the right side is not mouth watering as much as a sushi, but however, this is the fact that we all approximately eat 5 grams of plastic every week, which is equivalent weight of a credit card. So based on a study carried out by University of Newcastle, the analysis suggests that the people are consuming about 100,000 tiny pieces of plastic or 250 grams every year. So, and another shocking information is actually the single largest source of plastic ingestion globally is through water, both bottled or tap. So here is how to contribute. So the next slide, please. Here we are going to talk about how to contribute reducing plastic consumption and plastic pollution. So apart from all our professional titles, we are all responsible for the environment as an individual and as part of our society. So two important points to stress out here, of course, the awareness. So make those around you aware of the importance of reducing the consumption of plastic and the consequences of microplastic pollution. And the second is avoid use single plastic such as bottled water, plastic cutlery, and plates on board the vessel, and of course, even at your places when you're on vacation. So thanks for your patience. So I will just hand over the presentation to my colleague, Mr. Hartesh.
Hey guys, so thank you. Going further from my colleague Mr. Erkut, who spoke about plastic being a very, very big pollutant right now and a health risk as well. So we will now go further and we will now proceed to environmental compliance. I'm sure all of us will agree that we need to be compliant with environmental laws and regulations at all times, and it is extremely important. Even one deliberate deliberate mistake that takes place can result in a massive reputation loss for our company. And we need to remember that apart from the reputation loss, the person who has deliberately done the non-compliance, even that individual is liable for prosecution. Prosecution can be as much as cancellation of the sailing documents as well. And of course, jail and personal fines are there. Non-compliant behavior, like if you look at the warning sign there, remember, we are a service business built upon our reputation and values. And our reputation is running ships with zero pollution. Our values are taking care of the environment and to provide flawless service to our clients. We cannot let anyone destroy this reputation. Thank you. Going to the next slide, please. Okay. When we talk about environmental compliance, being compliant is one thing. We also need to take care that we back up all our actions with required logbook entries. Basically, it is supporting the action that we have taken. So be it like an oil record book entry, be it entries in our engine logbook, deck logbook, garbage logbook, we need to be extremely careful that the entries are accurate. We do not falsify any record. If an error is made, it should be neatly struck off with a single line. The false entry should be legible, and then we make a new entry. We have also noticed that some of our colleagues, they use this erasable ink. That is not allowed. Please, I cannot emphasize any more harder on this. It is even when authorities are checking, they always check if the ink, whether it is erasable or not. If it is erasable, it is a massive non-compliance, and we will go into the environmental compliance program of, in case if it is of USCG. Okay. All right. Going to the next slide, please. Okay. Now, when we are talking about, this is a case study though. We're talking about compliance. Now, in this case, there was a superintendent who was on his normal regular vessel routine inspection. And during the routine inspection, he goes to the Citadel and he asks for the Citadel toilet to be opened. And inside, the image is showing what was inside the toilet bowl. On further investigation, it was found that the mop water was being disposed of in this particular toilet bowl. And this toilet bowl being in the Citadel is connected directly overboard. So of course, this is a willful violation of MAPOL and will not be accepted. So of course, a meeting was held and the Citadel toilet that has been sealed with an environment seal entry is made in the MAPOL seal security log as well. And do remember, the very important point here is a willful violation of MAPOL / deliberate violation of MAPOL. Okay, please keep this in mind. Going to the next slide, please. The second case is about an oil change which happened around the vessel while she was discharging cargo on the port quarter. The vessel was fitted with an IGG generator. Vessel was involved in multiple port discharge. She was on a third port of discharge. They were trying to start the IGG, could not start. Multiple attempts were made. Finally, the IGG started, and sometime later, Duty AB reported oil change on the port quarter of the vessel. And of course, Terminal Inspector, PSC, they all came on board for investigation. Going further. Next slide, please. Okay, so of course, on investigation, we have to find out what was the direct cause. The direct cause was the burner and the igniter. They required maintenance. And as a routine, after every operation, even if you're going in for multiple port discharge, especially for the IGG, the electrodes and the burner tip, they have to be cleaned. There are no two ways about it.
We speak later.
Case, the vessel ended up with a very heavy fine. Okay. And also remember the air fuel ratio to be maintained at all times. Go into next slide, please. Okay, this is photograph one. Do you see anything wrong in this? We can go on to the second photograph also while we wait for the poll to come in. Okay, so these are the two photographs. As of course, you must have already finished polling. If you look at the first photograph, do you think the seal and lock has any value? Absolutely not. We can easily turn the valve from the top. Nothing is holding it back. So even when we are fitting seals, we need to be alert on where exactly the seal has to be fitted. In this case, there should have been a seal on top of the wheel as well. Because the nut has been opened, the wheel has been taken down with the chain, and now we can easily open the valve. This is not correct. Even if you go into the second photograph, look at the hoses. All hoses are oily, and it is clear indication that these are used to transfer sludge. On a vessel, there should be no requirement to be using a transfer pump to pump sludge from one tank into another tank. We have fixed lines. If we're using these flexible hoses, it means we are bypassing something or we're doing something which is non-routine. If it is non-routine, it should be locked down and we should be able to back it up with the seal logs. Go into next slide, please. What we need from you. Of course, we can clearly see on the slide as well that we need to be follow the prevention rules, maintain accurate records. Yeah, and yeah, but the most important thing over here is to be extremely transparent in the way we work. If there is a problem, please bring it across to the office. Together, we will resolve it. And one very key thing over here is open and clear communication. Please remember, all of us have the power to speak up. Do it in case you see willful non-compliance. This is the biggest power you have. You speak up, the work will be stopped. Go to next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. The slide is self-explanatory. Important thing here is non-compliance will not be tolerated. Remember, it takes a lifetime to build a reputation, but only one deliberate incident is enough to destroy it in seconds. If you keep this in mind, you will think and act very differently. Please do it the right way or don't do it at all. Next slide. Thank you. Thank you very much. And of course, stay safe, stay healthy, and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so very much, Harkut. Thanks, Harjeet. This is quite a critical topic, what you both have picked up. Entire company has got a lot of emphasis on environmental compliance. So thank you very much for highlighting those things. Before we go to ship show usage to Daman is ready, but we have few 10 minutes for Q&A. So I think it's more towards Ramesh. Ramesh, Chief Engineer, seems to have a few queries and maybe few open topics for discussion. Can I address those questions, Ramesh? It's in the Q&A?
Yes, please.
Great. So what Chief Engineer Sen is asking, if we already have SIRE 1.0 and showing good results, why are we coming up with SIRE 2.0?
That's a good question, actually. And I should say $1 million one, but certain things are not within our prerogative. It's the OCIMP and the oil companies that are deciding. And what they have seen is the SIRE 1.0 has run its course, and there's nothing further there for them to see the actual condition of the vessels or the staff competency or even the fleet profile of ship management. So they have come as a new program, putting a lot of things in one basket and trying to see how good we are. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of issues initially, but again, as human being, we are resilient, so we'll be able to overcome in due course.
Sure. And would there be enhanced inspection, and the time is going to be little longer? This is again one of the questions from Chief Engineer Sen, basis SIRE 2.0 coming up.
What we heard from OCIMP and Intertanko is they're going to maintain that same 8 to 10 hours maximum.
That's
but probably they're going to see more on the operations part of it. The questions could be based on safety, operations, and process. That's where probably they will be individually targeting few of the ranks and put a lot of questions and see how they are able to answer. That's
Sure,
what we
sure.
expect. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much, Ramesh. Couple of questions are for Hartej and an ERCOT basis environmental compliance. He says that there is a talk of zero emission by 2030 by some of the industrialized countries. Will this affect emission from ships?
Yeah, the obligation that shipping has here for 2030 is the sector needs to introduce deep sea zero emission vessels by 2030. And the reason behind that, because any vessel that is put in operation in 2030 will be operating for last another 15 to 20 years. So that's the obligation that shipping has by 2030. And of course, we need to do a benchmarking for 2050, whether we are aligned with the goals, of 2050.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I think our operations director Chandra Mohan has also written to Captain saying that there is going to be a presentation on detailed subject. Also Captain Sain has got a query. Are we looking at no smoking on ships to avoid cigarette ends accumulation?
That will be a great initiative, but as you will appreciate, so this should have been, this should be taken at the group level, but definitely a very great initiative that will be. I personally will support that.
At the same
That's
time,
all I can say.
At the same time, over here, we would also say that it is the individual's responsibility to make sure that it is disposed of in the correct way and does not end up in the water. As long as while we're waiting for the group initiative to come in.
No, absolutely right that this is individual's responsibility. Nothing as of now, which probably a group initiative might be there, but we all as an individual do hold a responsibility and be responsible in letting what the bud needs to be done after we all smoke and then, So good, Captain Sain. I think this must have given you a good picture of where we stand with respect to few policies. We still have a couple of minutes more, though we are overstretched with time. So before we go to Daman and Pradeep, any further questions from anyone? I think it's been Captain Sain who's been quite active in inquiring. I see Yagnesh has written something for Ramesh. As a wedding inspection progresses, will there be a closing meeting after the inspection is completed so that a new observation can be discussed?
Yeah, the inspectors, with this iPad into picture, just to expand a bit, it's GPS enabled, so it can monitor whether the inspector is sitting there or is he walking around and seeing the ship, and the observations, any negative feedbacks, which will be told, and it will be entered into the iPad, which then goes into the OKIM system. So there's no possibility of changing the observations once the inspector gets down. Definitely he will be discussing the observations, which is for sure, and once it is agreed on board, then it will go into the iPad and into the systems. Then it can't be changed. Worst case scenario, if something wrong entry has come in, probably it may, but then the inspector has to give a lot of explanation to OKIM and the performing oil major.
Fully agree, Ramesh. Yagnesh, I think you agree on Ramesh's comment that there would be a closing meeting where all the observations would be discussed. And yes, it may not be very easy to change it thereafter basis. There would be a lot of questions which might arise to inspector, why is he changing that? So I suppose this question you answer. We have Mikhail. Mikhail, you have been unmuted. Would you like to raise your question, and it is to whom? Is it to Ramesh or with respect to environmental compliance? Mikhail, you have been unmuted. It's Mikhail Revazov. If you can hear us, you can ask your question, please. Nope. Okay, we'll move on. Anyone else would like to raise hand so that we can unmute or write down any question? Please go ahead. Just to bring to everybody's attention, in case something comes in your mind at a later stage, which might be related to either of the topics we have done today. Yes, we have a 40 minutes open forum Q&A before we close for the day. Your questions would be addressed at that moment of time. So feel free to write it down. And the global admin team is keeping a record of all unanswered questions and will be well taken care of. I don't see anything else. Ramesh, thank you very much. Harjeet, Arkut, thank you very much for your lovely presentation, detailed discussions. Really appreciate it. We will move on to another interesting topic, ship show usage. I heard someone.
We were just saying thank you.
All right, great. Thanks, Harjeet. So let me invite Pradeep and Daman, and they are the subject matter expert on ship show. So back to you guys.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi to everyone. As you all know, ShipSure has been one of the premium projects with B Group, and that has helped us collate all data. And this to understand going forward what needs to be done. So we would like to spend some few minutes with you all discussing how effectively to use ShipSure. I would like to go introduce myself. I'm Pradeep. I've been with ITM for 17 years, started off sailing as a cadet to the rank of chief engineer, joined the office in 2018, and I'm presently managing Sonangal and Frontline vessels. Next slide, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'll introduce myself. My name is Damanjeet. I've been working with ITM since 2016. I've sailed since 2011 on various vessels, those bulk carriers and tankers, chemical tankers and crude oil tankers, and enjoying working with all of you. Let's start with, as Pradeep said, let's start discussing about ShipSure. As you all know, ShipSure is a reflection of what onboard performance we have been carrying out, and in office we get a good overview of how the vessel is performing. And with the development of the new ShipSure 2.0, we are able to see get a good overview where the vessel stands. So the first thing, when you are on board, you should also have a look at this dashboard. For your vessel, it will give indication all the modules which are vessel details, voyage reporting, PMS, defect manager, GSA, environment manager, and inspection manager, entrance campaign. And you will get to know where we are lacking with the indication of indicated in red or items which are overdue. So directly clicking on this dashboard on the relevant modules, you can directly see what action needs to be taken and what needs to be updated. Any assistance required on this matter, yes, you can definitely get in touch with the office, as well as there are two contact points for PMS. PMS admin is there, and for any other IT issues with ShipSure, IT Connect is there. You can go to the next slide. Starting with the vessel details, we get the vessel details entered from the office, but since it is a reflection of all the, in case there are any changes, then the vessel has to inform us and we'll make the changes in the ShipSure. This data is very important because these details are being shared by charters and various third parties as and when required. So going through the vessel details, specifically when some changes are made, and informing office to make the required changes is very critical. Same time, we'll discuss about the certificates here. The certificate module, which was not in the previous ShipSure 1, here we have got the option of attaching the certificate, and it's very critical that you attach this certificate. You guys are already aware of Power BI, which we'll discuss in due course. So in case certificates are getting near to expiry date, inform the office to take the relevant action and arrange the services. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Zaman. Going into the next thing is about voyage reporting. Like our operation director earlier mentioned that whatever data we put into, that is what we come to know in the office. So if we have something wrong, the final output will also be wrong. So garbage in, garbage out is the policy for data collection and data assimilation. So we need to be careful what we are putting into this ShipSure, because this data is used to review and make reports for UMRV, UKMRV, SEAMP, and IMO DCS. So it's better that we do the job in the first place in the right way, rather than going back to the vessel and getting things corrected at a later stage. So for that, we need your assistance and cooperation to ensure that you enter all the correct details into the voyage reporting with regards to charter party consumptions, the fuel consumptions, how much ROBs are left, so that we can collect the data properly. We also require the data for ensuring that our procurement team and our manning team understands what is a vessel schedule. If you give a wrong ETA and a wrong port of call, so they will not be able to arrange the required services accordingly. So it is of paramount importance that we have the right data for them as well. Another new feature under this is the off-hire entries. We have seen in the recent past that vessels tend to put off-hires under wrong category. So this needs to be avoided. There are certain categories under which the off-hire needs to be classified. So please make sure that any off-hire that we need to enter, you discuss with the office and the relevant superintendent, so that we can advise accordingly, and then the entry is made under the correct headings. Next slide, please.
One important thing in the voyage reporting, which has come recently, is adding of future ports. Why we need this information is because the purchasing team, the crewing team, and the various inspections can be planned once you enter the future ports. Yes, at times we know that future port is not known, vessel is proceeding on the way, but you can have a discussion with the office or with the charters, and one tentative port for the bunkering or next schedule can be added. And in case no schedule is known, you can add awaiting orders. And once the schedule is known, that future port can be added and amended. Next slide, please.
Voyage performance with the 4-hourly weather reporting is also something that needs to be closely followed up. All the second officers in this group, please make sure that you do this religiously. This gives us an overview of the exact weather for the day, because sometimes we tend to mention the last 4 hours of the watch as the average weather for the day, but that is not the way. So we need to make sure that every 4 hours we enter the correct weather into the ShipSure system. Yeah, next slide, please. Plant maintenance, another important part of ShipSure, which all the third plant maintenance is another important feature of ShipSure, which all the third parties would like to closely monitor. So we need to make sure that the plant maintenance system is monitored on a daily basis. It's applicable to all the departments on the vessel. Why do we say that? Because we need to ensure that the quality of reporting is correct. And if we assimilate all the jobs, start collecting the jobs, thinking that we will report at the end of the month or end of the week, the quality of reporting will not be good. So it is a good practice that all the ship staff at the end of the day report all the jobs into the PMS, so that we can improve upon the quality of reporting. At our group level, we have a KPI that we should not have any critical jobs overdue at the end of the day. So please make sure that you closely monitor the critical jobs for the month, and then you can plan accordingly and get things in order so that we don't end up with an overdue critical jobs. In some cases where we may have that we cannot do these critical jobs, an office concurrence needs to be taken with the written permission to the vessel, to the office through an email, and that has to be filed for future reference. We also need to ensure that all our histories that we enter into Shipshore needs to be descriptive. We have seen histories like done, found satisfactory, as per job description, even the short forms FIO. It was difficult to find out what was FIO. Then finally we understood it is found in order. So please make sure that we do not use this kind of descriptions. Descriptions need to be clear, precise, preferably with photos and some reports describing what has been done. And also another part of PMS is the critical work to be done on this PMS. If there is any critical machinery, please make sure that we have to follow a workflow. The workflow include creating a JSA, sending out a mail requesting approval from the office for doing the job on the critical machinery, do the job, and then follow it up with a closure email. So this cycle has to be completed for any critical machinery job which will put the critical machinery out of service. Next slide, please.
In continuation with the PMS, the defect manager, which has been added in Shipshore 2.0, where the defect can be directly linked to that component. This feature was not available in the previous Shipshore version. Here, whenever you have any defect on vessel, promptly the defect should be added and appropriate completion time should be added from vessel side. In case any requisition has been made and you are awaiting that requisition for closing this defect, that requisition can also be added directly in the defect manager. So it gives a very good glance. In one glance, we can have a look at the defect and what requisition is connected to that, and appropriate action can be taken. Even when you're viewing your screen, I mean, you can see on the dashboard which defect is overdue, and in case the defect could not be closed in the due time, you have to send a request to the office for the extension of the defect. Any defect which needs to be completed in dry dock, appropriate date has to be added and comments to be added that this defect needs to be completed during vessel dry dock. Next slide, please.
Inspection manager is another thing that is also checked by third parties. All the inspections done by third parties, PSC, vetting inspectors, internal audits, external audits, even superintendent inspections, all needs to be entered into this module. All the remarks associated with any inspection also needs to be closely followed up for a closure. If we are not able to close out any remarks within the time frame as mentioned in the inspection, please request for rescheduling so that these remarks are not overdue in the system. Another important thing which is also monitored during audits is the observation closure with a root cause analysis. So please make sure that all the remarks that we have needs to be closed with the RCA. So that needs to be selected and appropriate entries need to be made against each remarks. For all the all the masters, chief engineers joining the vessel, it is of paramount importance that safety self-assessment is done 14 days of joining. So this needs to be carried out without fail. And as we all know, there are no ships with which is perfect. All ships will have some of the other remarks. So please make sure that remarks are entered and no SSA is with 0 observations. Due to COVID, we also had something called as a remote vessel inspection by superintendent, where the master and chief engineer used to assist with their remarks. But considering that COVID is fading out, we are able to do physical inspection. But in case we are not, we will again request master and chief engineers to assist us to do a remote vessel inspection along with the photographic evidence. Next slide, please.
Job safety analysis, GSA. has been added as part of Shiksha 2.0 and is proving very effective tool, because whenever you're planning a job, GSA has to be made for that job, and you can connect various generic modules of the risk assessment. Earlier, we had only the risk assessment, which would be analyzed on annual basis. They were reviewed, but now you have this generic risk assessment, which can be connected to the GSA. Now, further advantages that apart from those risk assessment, you can have additional precautions which need to be safety measures which have to be implemented in that job. The thing which we need to be careful when making the GSA is that put the appropriate dates in order. Otherwise, sometimes your Power BI gets affected. You're planning, you're adding the dates after the job is initiated, which reflects negatively on the workflow. Other than this, you're already aware of the GSA workflow, where the junior officers are making GSA, which is approved by senior officer, and senior any GSA made by the senior officer is being approved by the master. Any GSA where the risk factor is above 3+ is received by office, and we take necessary action to add further actions to close that GSA. Next slide, please.
Environmental manager and same like Hartej and Arkut mentioned earlier, very critical information, because anything wrong over here affects the company's credibility, and it will be a big issue going forward. So whatever we enter into the official logbooks, be it the garbage record, be it the oily water or the oil record books, all needs to be entered into the environmental manager. So we need to ensure that this is done religiously. We see some vessels doing it properly, but some vessels do not do it. I request all the vessels to ensure that the garbage, the ODME, the oily water separator and incinerator operations are entered into the environmental manager. And the same need to be done on a daily basis as and when the operation is completed. SEAMP is a report which is generated every quarter. ITM has designated the report to be commented against 11 parameters. All the vessels have been locked with this 11 parameters. So we appreciate that the chief engineers would comment against these 11 parameters. But we see that some vessels give generic comments. The comments should be specific to the quarter, not generic. So please review the quarter performance and give appropriate comments so that we can review and make corrections accordingly. Next slide, please.
Coming to the briefing and objectives, this is something new which has been added recently in Shipshore. Whenever I talked to our joining, they were being called to office and we were filling a form. We have started again the practice of coming to the office, but instead of filling those forms, now this briefing agendas are being registered in Shipshore, so that the seafarer can have a track record of this. And along with briefing note, the objectives are being set during for his tenure. Same are being discussed with the joiners and also added in Shipshore. Next slide, please. I think we missed out on one slide regarding the appraisal, one slide before. Okay, I'll take it. Appraisal is also part of VMS 2.0 now, and appraisals previously we were making it documented on the paper exercise was done, but now it is part of VMS. There are more dimensions, 6 appraisal dimensions and 6 scales of performance for the appraisals are being added. Remotely for the top 2, and that is being done remotely, and the seafarer is being able to see the appraisal, which is open appraisal we are following. Next slide, please. This is the Power BI which was discussed initially. Power BI gives a good review of the vessel performance, and this sheet is always sheet by the vessel. Whenever vessel is falling down on the Power BI, the results are being shared by the vessel, and appropriate action needs to be taken to bring back Power BI to form. Next slide, please. Document manager and e-forms. E-forms which were previously available in Shipshore 1 has been incorporated into Shipshore 2 now. If you're not seen, once you are on board, you can have a look at this. In document manager, you can we are filing all the manuals, any circulars, and the machine related items. Slowly this is getting incorporated in the system, and more information is being added here. The seafarer, when he's logging on, he can go to this module and he can check what he can even subscribe to what all is interesting, and those circulars and manuals can be downloaded as well. Next slide, please. Okay, these are appraisal which we were discussing. I think the slides have moved a little up, but here you can see that part of the appraisal. We have initial discussion, we talked to midterm appraisal is there, and final appraisal. And the objectives which are being sent during the initial briefing, those objectives are discussed during every appraisal step. Next slide, please.
I think that's to the end of it, Daman. So as we have it, Shipshore is a place where we collect our data, and we analyze the data so that we can analyze the performance of each vessel and plan accordingly to take any corrective action. So to get the, we request your help. So appreciate that all of you cooperate in giving us the right data. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Be safe.
Thank you so very much. I think very, very interesting. Daman, thanks, Pradeep. This is a very interesting topic, and I'm sure a lot of questions have come up. Just to bring to everybody's attention that there is a short training, 2 trainings, I would say, available on Shipshore. Those are, of course, at quite a basic level. One is available on our OTG LMS. That's mandatory for all the seafarers, and I'm sure you must have done. There is another training, we call it Shipshore Silver. The one on the OTG, we call it Shipshore Bronze. So there are 3 kinds of training: Shipshore Silver, Bronze, and Gold. Gold is for the trainers, for seafarers. Bronze is for the existing seafarer. Silver is interactive training where all the new hire seafarers are made to sit on a live Shipshore. It's a dummy Shipshore, I would say, with a server in UK, and made to do various exercises. So it's mandatory for all the new hires, but nevertheless, if either of you feel that one of your colleagues needs some extra training, or you need some extra hands-on training onto a live system, you can contact the training team, and we'll be more than happy to assist you giving a live demo, or various exercises can be done on the live session. So thank you very much for listening. I think Pauline and my colleagues from the global admin team, Karen, are showing me that it's time for a break. So it's 30 minutes break, guys. We have very interesting sessions coming. After that, we have fleet operations by Sharad and Krishna. We have learning from incidents. Farhad and Nitin is going to do that. Kush is going to come up with the crewing operations, and then Captain Vitali will be doing career progression and competency development. So let's have a quick break. Let's eat something, be freshen up for some interesting topics to be discussed. We see there are some questions in the Q&A. Yes, Captain Sain, Karthik, whoever has written those things, we assure you these questions would be addressed in the open forum in the final Q&A before we close today. So let's eat something. Let's be more energetic. Let's freshen up. Let's stretch. Let's drink some water, tea, coffee, and we'll see each other in 30 minutes. Be safe, guys. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. I still see the numbers have dropped to 155. So few of our colleagues still to join. Nevertheless, we will move on with our schedule. There have been few queries coming from our seafarer colleagues with respect to ship show usage. We assure you, we have an open forum, a final Q&A before we close for the day, and your queries will be addressed. But for the time being, may I request Sharad and Krishna to update us on fleet operations, please.
Yeah, thank you, Rishi. Thank you so much. Myself, Sharad, and with me is my colleague, Mr. Krishna. I have been a fleet manager with ITM for last 5 years. In all, 10 years in the shore, and 15 years of sailing experience, including 7 as chief engineer.
Hi, Rishi, and good afternoon to all the participants in this webinar. I'm Krishna Kumar Iyer. I have been with ITM for 18 years. In between, I had a drift of 7 years out of ITM, and I was a chief engineer at sea for 9 years, and then in ITM for the last 14 years as superintendent as well as fleet manager.
Okay, so good afternoon once again. We'll start this presentation. We are done with the first inning, so we kickstart the second innings with this fleet update. So in ITM, we work as a fleet cell. We have a fleet cell concept. In all, we have 50 ships and divided between 3 fleets, Fleet 1, Fleet 2, Fleet 3. Fleet 1, it's looked after by Nitin, and where we have all the frontline ships. Fleet 2, I'm looking after, and Fleet 3, Krishna is looking after. In all, we have 13 clients and 50 ships. So how the fleet cell works is there's a fleet manager, fleet superintendents, marine superintendents, the procurement officers, and the financial controllers. So this is all part of one fleet cell, and they are ably supported by the team down below that we see, the operations director, vetting manager, HSEQ manager, IT managers, and the crew management partners. Further, they have the planning manager, mobilization manager, and the recruitment managers to support the crew management partners. The next one, please. Here in the next slide, you will see the all the people working ashore to support all you guys. I'll not go deep into this. These presentations will be shared with all of you, so you will have the names of all of us in case you need to contact anyone. We'll move on, please. Okay, so this is something very interesting. We really like this thing. These innovative ideas. If you see the pictures, what I put here is nothing but some great out-of-the-box thinking done by the ship staff, our colleagues on board. Let's take the example of the first one. This is a PV valve testing device. We don't have any pressure gauge or vacuum gauge or a testing device given by the makers. This is all done by a pumpman, which we are using to do the testing on board ourselves. The second one is the homemade garbage compactor, the one on the left side down below. Before we were having the garbage compactors from the makers, this was something, a very innovative idea come out from the ship. It's used a jack underneath and a pressing machine. So this way, the garbage can be compacted and kept on board. The last one you see is a stand, which again, one chief engineer has come out with this idea to pour the chemical safely. We had some incidents, crew incidents, where the chemical was splashed on the person. So he came out with this idea of pouring the chemical so safely. So these are some brilliant ideas shared by you guys. So we really appreciate and expect more such ideas to come out. Not very expensive ideas, but very effective. Next one, please. Another one, last year it came out from one of the chief engineer for calibrating the torque wrenches. Usually we spend some $2,000 to send all the torque wrenches ashore to get it calibrated. But with this, nothing, no money to be spent. We all have a calibrated dynamometers on board. So use that to calibrate the torque wrenches. Brilliant idea. Thanks for that. Next slide. Now we move on to some of the pain points. Looking after the fleet, we understand that there are some challenges. So one by one, we'll just touch upon the key things. The first one is the auxiliary engine overhaul. Many incidents we have seen. We have collected this information not only from our fleet, but from the industry as well. And the common one is when we are doing the auxiliary engine overhaul. So in this, if you see the pictures, you will notice few things very evident, very clear. The con rod bolts, the tightening, if the procedure of tightening is not correct, or they have a life span of say 24,000 hours. If it exceeds, there's a possibility of the bolts breaking, and we have a catastrophic damage to the auxiliary engines. You can see these damaged pictures, the serrations on the con rods, the ovality, all these things are extremely important to verify when we are doing the auxiliary engine overhaul. In the next slide, we have covered few important things. Next slide, please. Yeah, this just to give you a brief. I mean, most of us are aware of this, but just to list it down. It has to be there has to be a proper plan whenever we are planning an auxiliary engine overhaul. It's just not that, okay, we start doing the auxiliary engine overhaul tomorrow morning. It cannot be like this. So there has to be a proper plan so that we can check on the spares availability on board. If not, we raise a proper requisition because it's an expensive item. It takes time to arrive on board as well. We need to check the tools, whether we have all the tools. Please physically check all the tools, whether they are calibrated, working, safe, all okay or not. All the spare parts, we should physically check whether they are of correct size and the correct quantity. The clearance and measurements, reading the manuals, there is no shame, no harm in reading the manuals before we go for a overhaul of auxiliary engines. Not only auxiliary engines, other overhauls also, there is no shame in doing such thing. Reading the manual, sometimes we feel, oh, other people will think you're a chief engineer or a second engineer, still don't know how to overhaul auxiliary engine. No problem. We'll still go through, discuss with the team so that everybody is at the same page. The toolbox talk on a daily basis, whenever the overall is going on, is important. Reporting to office is important, so that if we see something, we can always share our experience with you guys. The next one. Critical items, another thing where we see that we are lacking a bit. What we have done is we sat down in the office, we discussed, analyzed all the equipments on board using our flow chart to arrive to critical items. Now, critical item, if I have to give a one-line definition, it is something which affects the safety and has no redundancy. If any equipment has got a redundancy, then we don't classify that as a critical item. So all those items, after doing that analysis, we have listed them down in a form called Tech 18A, and all the spares, the key spares of that equipment are classified as critical spares.
Yeah, this critical items. So I want to specify one thing is that we find on many ships, and in shipshore they're changing including many more critical equipments which are not supposed to be. And so the number of critical equipments are going up according to the requirement of spares are also going up. Critical equipment, in case you want to, find that you can have a discussion with the office, and then we will try to sort it out. And with the office concurrence only, you can add a critical equipment in the shipshore or in the spare part system.
Yeah. The key thing is why the critical items we're keeping it separate is because of the nature. Because of its nature, it affects the safety of the ship, it affects the environment. So that's why these items are separately identified. In the shipshore also, if you see, these are marked as red items. So when we are doing any maintenance or taking it out of service, there has to be a discussion with the office. Job safety analysis should be done. When you're testing the critical equipments, it is extremely important that we follow a proper procedure. Any failure of critical equipment, please do not hesitate to send a message and give an immediate call to us, because these are really critical in nature and we want to deal it as a separate item.
Yeah, and any critical equipment failure needs to have a MOC in place, a risk assessment in place. These are two important things. And this has to be rectified as soon as possible within call of the next convenient port of call. Next slide, please.
Something new, the EGCS, some of you would have sailed on the ships installed with the EGCS for the SOX compliance. Out of 50, 70 vessels in ITM fleet are equipped with EGCS. And for the NOx compliance, we have 3 ships, the new ones which we have taken over this year, are fitted with SCR. The 3 new VLCCs which we are going to inherit next year are also fitted with SCR. So there will be a good number of vessels fitted with this retrofit projects. Now the EGCS, the important thing to understand here, it's nothing very great for the people who have not worked on the EGCS. It's same like the flue gas scrubber that we have for the IG system. So there is a seawater going into the scrubber and scrubbing the exhaust, and the wash water goes into the sea. So instead of polluting air, we are polluting sea now, but not much choice because we are trying to control the SOx here. So the wash water has 3 important sensors. The wash water is the one which is coming out. We need to measure the pH, turbidity, and the PAH, which indicates the oil content in the wash water. And for the exhaust gas, we need to measure the ratio of SO2 to CO2. So these 2 are extremely important, these 4 sensors. For the inlet side, you can have pH and turbidity, but that's an optional thing. It's not that important. In case of a failure of one of these green highlighted sensor, what to do? Is it allowed? Yes, it is allowed. One sensor failure is allowed. We need to report to flag and get a concurrence from the maker. If your system is running and we have a failure alarm and we rectify the thing within 1 hour, we have no problem. We can continue with the EGCS operation. If it exceeds, then the system has to be switched over to a compliant fuel. We are facing challenges due to this EGCS because the wash water is very much acidic in nature. It is around 4 to 5 pH value. So the stub pieces which are made of steel are getting corroded. We are facing such challenges. The seawater pipe leakages issues are there. So the vessels which are installed with this need to be a bit careful and cautious about this. Open loop scrubbers, they are banned in some parts of the world. So please check with the agents before you enter such areas so that we comply with the requirements every time. Next, please.
Okay, now we come to a very important milestone of our life. We are looking at climate control. You must have recently seen in the newspapers about COP26. I hope you know, most of you know what is COP26. COP26 is nothing but the conference of the parties who are involved in having a climate control decision-making body there. And luckily, we are also expecting the next COP28 after 2 years, most probably will be held in Dubai. Now, on the screen, what we have presented is what this new legislation is all about. It is about decarbonization. In entirety, it is called decarbonization. It can be done in many ways, many emission control, and also your gas emissions of various greenhouse gas controls and etc. They are split into, the time frame has been split into 3 categories. One is the short-term achievement, one is the mid-term achievement, and one is the long-term achievement. And this, by end of 2050, they expect a total reduction of the carbon intensity index by 50%. And midway, somewhere say at 2030, we are supposed to get a reduction achievement of about 40%. And the final goal is to have zero emissions by the end of this century. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now you have a graphic representation. What is the calculation for EEXI? What is EEXI? Everything is depicted here very clearly, which is self-explanatory. But then I will give you a brief description on it. EEXI is the energy efficiency index for existing vessels. And this is only for the existing vessel. Please understand that clearly categorized, and that is only applicable for vessels more than 5,000 tons. Now, in this graph, you can see the pink area is where the failure, and the green area and the blue is where this calculation is basically based on amount of carbon emitted divided by the dead weight of the ship's tonnage and further divided by the what do you call the distance factor, how much distance it has made during the voyage. This is basically, and the carbon intensity index rating is based on a graphical scale of A to E. And this is any ship which has got for 3 successive years rated as D or E, then they need to have a corrective action in place. And the achievement over up to 2027 has been projected. I mean, so rather 2026 has been projected in the graph, which you can see for yourself. The different percentages at various years, and it is very progressive. Next slide, please. Now we have another this thing. This is the proposed EEXI framework, which is to be attained. And here the existing ship has been shown. And when the energy is calculated, as per I told you how the calculations made in the earlier slide, this, if it meets the calculation and it is within that, the graph I told you, where in the blue area or in the green area, you don't have to do anything, you can go forward. But if it doesn't meet, then you have to have an efficiency improvement program in place. How are those achieved? These are achieved by limiting the shaft power, which is probably in the short form known as EPL. And this power is either restricted or it is optimized. And then you have the fuel change, the type of fuel that has to be changed. That is alternative fuels, which I'll explain in the next slide. Different energy saving devices to be implemented. And next is replacement with new ships building and other options. There are so many options coming, so many ideas are coming, and there is a whole lot of things open to people to make money out of it also. Next slide, please. You can be an entrepreneur. Okay, you can see on this screen, on the left side, the green, these vessels are all meeting the EEXI requirement after calculation has been done. And on the right side, we have to do a lot of work here to attain by implementing so many adaptations or developments on the equipments and engines, etc. Next slide, please. Here we have the future, where the future multi-fuel that is going to be used, which is generally terms polyfuel like hydrogen, ammonia, biofuels, liquid and gas, methanol, e-methane, etc. Now these are all used. There are advantages and disadvantages. We have to look for the P's and Q's and then select whether they're difficult to store or whether they're difficult to use, whether they're toxic. There's so many factors are involved, basis which you have to select, and plus also the design of the engines are also to be taken into consideration. Next one, please. Okay, these are the very interesting energy projects, initiatives, and retrofits which are already in vogue. One is fuel quality management, which we have been doing now. And there are more different scales and types of fuel quality test controls will be coming into force from which we can control. Then autopilot setting. That is when you put an autopilot, the vessel will not yard too much here and there. As a result, energy conservation will be there. Voyage budgeting, it is a very important thing by saving on fuel and saving on cost. Propeller polishing. This will increase the efficiency, and you have economic speed setting by having economical speeds, and there are also the fuel savings and SFOC factors are at the minimum. Next slide, please. Other projects that you can see is performance monitoring, which we are already doing, but this will go into higher scales of monitoring. And then you have hull coating. Hull coating frequencies will increase. Then you have, when you increase the frequencies, then you save more on fuel consumption. Propeller boss cap frequencies are new designs. Melvis duct propeller, new design propellers. These are the ones which will help you in energy saving. Next one. Okay, this is a representation which is already in experimentation, future energy saving projects in terms of using electrical efficiency and batteries and wind power, solar power. You can see that this thing is very clear how much they have gone into using a full capacity utilization of energy without using much of fossilist fuel here. And anyway, you will be getting a copy of this, so where therein you can closely see what are the things there depicted. Next slide, please.
Okay. This has been already discussed, the cybersecurity, but just a brief again, a recap basically. So the systems on the ship where there is a shore interface, those systems are vulnerable to cyber attack. This is a simple understanding. Now the systems on board, computer systems on board, which are not connected with shore, are safe. This cybersecurity broadly can be divided into information technology and operational technology. IT, we know all the computers and electronic manuals and certificates and PMS, which is on the computer. If they are attacked, only those things are under threat. So it has a financial and a reputation risk. Whereas the operational technology is something which is becoming very, very serious, as it has a danger to the life, property, and the environment. Imagine somebody just able to access your ECDIS and change the route. So the vessel, instead of going 28 degrees, starts moving 38 degrees. So things like that. So what catastrophe it can go up to. So this is something which is everybody is really focusing on these days. So what are the current measures that we have in place? Antivirus, firewalls, USB blockers. All the computers where the USB is not being used should be blocked. And above all, our awareness. We can put all these measures, but the human intervention is something which we have to be aware of. So any computer-related thing, we have to be aware that it can be attacked by shore and we can end up in some situation. Next one, please. Next slide. Okay, Daman and Pradeep has done a good presentation on this. So this is basically a snapshot of what has been discussed there. ShipSure is and going to be our single one-stop shop for all management functions. So please make it your habit on the ship to look into this on a daily basis.
Yeah, I have to say something here. See, when you update the ShipSure, please do it in entirety. Don't say it is 95%, 85%. It has to be wholesome, because we are given client access to the owners, and once they see some shortcoming, well, certain things we can explain, but try to avoid that, because once they start raising queries, some of the owners will be like a ping pong thing between the ship and the owners and the ITM. So to avoid extra work and keeping also preoccupied with this thing, the best solution is to address the ShipSure in entirety, and the update should be almost 100%.
Okay. Next, please. And the next, so finally, what are the expectations? We've tried to sum it up in one sheet. The safety of the personnel, safety of the asset. It's a business which we have to understand. So safety of asset is equally important. Safe and efficient operations.
Yeah, all these things, as Sharad has said, it is very important. If you see all the three thing expectations, first result on safety. So the top tier preference is given to safety. And we are more and more turning into asset managers than as a service manager. And the other thing what we have sum up here is environmental protection, which is very important. And this is in terms of spills, sludge, any bilge overboard, sewage treatment, garbage disposal, ozone depletion layers, plastics, or greenhouse gas emissions. These are the things we have to look up at and try to mitigate those emissions. And energy conservation, which we went in detail a little bit shortly before. And this optimization of energy conservation is going to be the future. And everybody has to have a role to play. And a lot of people who have got entrepreneurial skills can come out with ideas, implement ideas, develop, and can reap in a lot of cash. The greens, I would say. Commercial awareness. We have to be very commercial aware in this present scenario because of the market. So we should avoid, mitigate totally off fare, poor turnaround time, and cargo claims to be totally avoided. After all, that we are running a business here. So the most important is the bottom line. So the cost control, the budget formulation, the spare parts supply consolidation, and the services that we render in terms of technical services has to be fully on a least cost effective basis. If that is achieved, then we are in a progressive business platform. Thank you.
Yep, thank you so much for your time and patience. So be safe, not only on the ship, but ashore also when back home. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. If you have any questions on these presentations, please raise it along with the general Q&A session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Sharad, Krishna. I think very, very interesting. A lot of things even I was not aware with respect to technical updates. So thank you very much for keeping our knowledge updated along with for our seafarers. I'm sure a lot of my colleagues would be having questions coming up. I can see there are a few, but Krishna, you rightly said we would be addressing those questions in the open forum in the final Q&A, and I request your presence at that moment of time. We're a bit time constraint, we are slightly behind the schedule. So once again, Sharad and Krishna, thank you very much. We will move ahead with our schedule for the next presentation. And Nitin, the fleet manager, along with Farhad, our HSEQ manager from ITM Dubai, would be sharing some incidents and what learnings do we get from those incidents. Farhad.
I've already given brief about myself. We can go on to Mr. Nitin Dongre, our fleet manager.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon and good evening to some of them. It must be nearly sleep time for you, Rishi. Yeah.
Not as yet.
No, not yet. Yeah, I'm Nitin Dongre. I'm working as fleet manager here with ITM Dubai. Just to give a brief background, I am a graduate mechanical engineer. After I passed out of DMIT in 1983, I sailed with the Shipping Corporation of India before joining Bavas, which is now called Williamson, and ITM at that point of time was part of Bavas. I sailed as chief engineer on various types of vessels, including tankers, self-unloaders, car carriers, multi-purpose, gearless bulkers. Yeah. And I joined ITM as a fleet manager in 2005 and later moved to ITM in Hamburg. And then when V-Ships took over ITM, I was part of V-Ships. And now in 2016, I shifted back to ITM in Dubai. So that's a brief about me. And Farhad, you can continue, please.
Yeah, thank you, Nitin. Next slide, please. And good afternoon to everybody. Hope the webinar has been going on well for everybody, and your attention, your interaction is most important. And having said that, why is this topic of incidents? Could we go to the previous slide, please? No, okay, I think one slide is missed out. In any case, why do we talk about incidents? Why is this topic in the seminar and in every seminar? It's as simple as this. If an incident when incidents do take place, there are consequences, some less serious, some more serious, and some even devastating consequences. So we need to work towards an incident-free operations of our ships. Yes, of course, incidents can take place, minor incidents and stuff like that, but then we need to know how to get back from such things, how to contain, as we talked earlier on resilience, on how to contain things. So now it's about the incidents. Now incidents are broadly, or rather I would say hazardous occurrences, actually, as we should name it, is broadly under accidents, incidents, near misses, unsafe acts, unsafe conditions. However, here we will be talking mainly about accidents and incidents. As we all know, an accident is something that is a hazardous occurrence. Sorry, yeah, that was the slide I was talking about. A hazardous occurrence, and an incident is defined as an hazardous occurrence which has resulted in physical damage to the vessel or a cargo or a property, or for that matter, the environment. Yeah, we could just go to the next slide, please. So the whole idea of doing an incident investigation is not just to do an investigation to blame someone or to find fault or anything like that. The main purpose of that is to learn from these incidents. As we had again mentioned previously, that we need to learn from such things. We need to share this amongst our colleagues and obviously increase the awareness, prevent such occurrences from happening again. And that is also what is said under the marine casualty investigation and to prevent similar casualties in future. And that's why this information is shared with our colleagues on board, shared with the industry, and there's a lot of emphasis on sharing information from incidents and learnings. The main thing is learnings from these incidents. Next slide, please. So, talking about incident investigation, we have many things, and the basic questions are what, when, where, and why, and how. These are just basic questions. Then you have the Swiss cheese model. Once you go through all those gaps, those holes, you can actually find out what was the cause, what actually could have caused this, and there could be multiple causes, not just one single cause. And just to remind everybody, we have various methods of investigations, such as the Swiss cheese model, the DNV MSCAT model, 5 Whys, and of the onboard CBT model. Now, we know that most of the senior officers have undergone incident investigation, and the reason being is that all our colleagues should be capable of carrying out investigations or incident investigations or accident investigations, even when on board and even over here. I will pass it on to my next slide, please, and pass it on to my colleague. Oh, sorry. Before that, I missed this. When we talk about accidents, these were some of the unfortunate injuries. Like as part of incident and accident, we're going to talk about injuries, about fire, about navigation. So these areas have consequences, and in this case, it's injuries to our colleagues, which since morning you must have heard us talk about it, and even otherwise on board during safety meetings, that we do not want, or we want our colleagues to go home safely back to your families. These are some of the incidents that have taken place, and I think, and you've put the old one. In any case, because this was a mooring incident, and a fall, and even lifting a heavy weight. Please proceed to the next slide. Thanks. I'll pass it on to my colleague.
Yeah, hi. So I would be talking about engine room fires. And the most important thing, of course, we are talking about lessons learned. So as you know, engine room fires, they are very challenging to deal with. And the main reason for this is due to the construction of the engine room, then poor maintenance and of machinery. And of course, there is plentiful supply of the 3 elements that are required for fire. That is a source of heat, fuel, and oxygen. Just for your information, IMO has carried out a research that indicated that nearly half of all shipboard fires originate in the engine room. And 70% of those fires are caused by oil leaks from pressurized system. Next slide, please. Yeah. An engine room fire, if it's a small one and if controlled and extinguished immediately, will result in either no damage, no cost, or very minor damage and no cost. But a minor engine room fire, if not controlled and not extinguished immediately, is likely to result in catastrophic damages, including loss of vessel and lives. Next slide, please. Well, look at this picture. It's, of course, very scary. We don't want to see such pictures ever again in our lives. We have on some of our, not our vessels, on some vessels where there have been engine room fires, we have seen those pictures, and definitely we want to avoid all those things happening on our vessels. Well, since we are talking of engine room fires, let us restrict ourselves to these fires and their causes and what we can do. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now, what causes engine room fires? Of course, heat source. I mean, all fires, but basically in the engine room, you have source of heat. You have combustible material and you have oxygen. They are all there present together. And that is what makes it very difficult to prevent or to avoid or to manage these fires. Now, how to fight these fires? Of course, basic studies say that you have to you can fight all fires. You can fight all fires if you remove one of the three elements. That's cooling, that is removing the heat, or starving, that is removing the combustible material, or smothering, that is removing oxygen. Well, what do you say? Can we really prevent engine room fires? Yes, we can. We have seen, for example, a major engine room fire. It is relatively rare that after a major engine room fires that a ship can proceed under our own power. And we have seen that this has also led to very expensive cost of salvage, towage, repair, and downtime. Next slide, please. Well, let us see a couple of cases now where we have had engine room fires due to leakage of fuel oil, high pressure fuel oil from the pipes or from the flanges, and what their effects are. I don't want to keep on, I don't want to go into much of the details of this fire, but yes, you can see the damages, and that is enough for you to understand what could happen. Of course, this vessel, we had to arrange towage. She was totally disabled. Next slide, please. You can see another photo. Such a catastrophic damage. Next one, please. Well, what was the reason for this? You see, there was this leakage of fuel oil from the joint between the body and the shock absorber flange. Next slide, please. As you can see, this engine room fire was caused by leakage of high pressure fuel oil. And this is how the original design was of the flange, which had a spigot. And somebody on board modified it. Can you show me the next slide? If you see this slide, the spigot is gone. You see? So once you do some kind of modification, you are asking for trouble. Well, that is what it is. And so the best thing is not to change any design for any convenience. Yes, however, for safety, you can change the design. You must think before you do any such changes. Look at the next slide. Yeah, here also we know these are the hot fuel filters on the auxiliary engines. Well, what we have done now on most of our vessels, or rather all of our vessels, has covered it with, we have not modified the filters, but we have covered it so as to prevent the spray. Can you show the next slide, please? Yeah, you see, so this kind of modification, well, I wouldn't call it modification, but this is for safety. So this is acceptable, but not the one where you change a spigot into a spigoted flange into a flat flange. That is catastrophic. So you have to make sure what you are doing, you are 100% right, and not just keep doing just because it is easy and convenient for you to do the work. Yeah, Farhad, go ahead. Next slide.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. That was very informative. Yeah. And obviously, we talked about fires, we talked about accidents, and again, a reminder on navigation incidents. I won't go through this in too much detail, but this is a safety bulletin from 2020, wherein the group, we had there were some navigation incidents. Now, we all know that navigation incidents have huge consequences, and it is a huge losses for our clients, the assets of who we manage. So navigation should be given a priority always ensure safe navigation, good bridge teamwork, and this is also as part of the high-low campaign and the navigation leading events, which we haven't put up here, but that is circulated every quarter to all our colleagues on board to actually discuss this on board, to discuss these points during the bridge team meeting, and make sure that navigation is always done safely and good bridge teamwork. In fact, one of the things that came up recently due to the VDR, as a result of the VDR audits, was the parallel indexing. And it's so important that the vessel's position is known at all times, is properly marked at all times. And one of the methods is parallel indexing, which was found to be lacking. And we would hope that all measures are taken to ensure safe navigation, including a lookout by all means. So we all know that this has huge consequences. There were loss of life. People have not gone back to their families, and we would request to pay full attention when navigating. Next slide, please. Yeah. So what are we doing with regards to incidents? We have safety bulletins, various things have done. And all this, what is put down over here is mainly to share information with all our colleagues, to increase the awareness. And as we had said earlier, that we do not want an incident from happening. It's important that we learn lessons from all these occurrences, which is where the information is shared with the help of safety bulletins, including the partners in maritime safety, various campaigns, bridge team discussions, leading events, etc. So make use of these tools, make use of this information, remind all our colleagues, and prevent. The aim is to have zero incidents, zero accidents, and obviously that, as Mr. Curtin also mentioned earlier on the day during his presentation, that would obviously help us expand the fleet and even be awarded with more ships and new builds, which will help all our colleagues too. Now, before we go on to the next slide, don't change the slide, please. Pass on to Mr. Nitin.
Yeah, hi. So here we can see all these incidents, and we are always talking about learning from incidents. So what do you think of these incidents, and what do you learn? What have you learned rather from all this? When we talk of the engine room fires, we always say that, okay, if we maintain the engine room clean and tidy, and we stop all the leakages, and we carry out all the routine maintenance, etc., where we should be avoiding fire. Yes, we should be avoiding fire, but or even incidents. But like we always say, the most important thing for us is to be aware of our situation. Like in the past, you must have heard the term situational awareness. So what is situational awareness? Yeah, think. And okay, Karen, you can put up the next slide. Yes, basically what we mean by situational awareness is not only to keep your ears, nose, eyes open, but also your minds open. You have to think outside the box. And like we always say, do not ignore any weak signals. That is what I would say you must practice, and definitely I think we will avoid incidents in the future. Thank you very much. Any further questions?
Then thank you very much, Farhad. I think this is one of the very interesting, because being we are discussing the practical aspects of incidents happening on board, and there's a lot of learning to be done out of that, especially ILO review. It's indeed a very, very interesting and important topic of a seminar where our seafarer colleagues come to know what incidents have happened within the fleet. So yes, time for Q&A, guys. We had Sharad and Krishna on the technical update, and now few incidents have been shared by Nitin and Farhad. Feel free in case you have any questions. Nitin is with us. So is Krishna is there, Sharad is there, and Farhad is there. So any questions to them, let's go ahead and then ask them. As said before, there are a couple of options. Raise hand in case you want to see. Karen says that she has two seafarers who have raised hand. Karen, who is that? Can you tell me the name? Ike Pokosan. So you have been unmuted and your question is? Please go ahead. And Dennis and Ike, you both have been unmuted by Global Admin team. So one by one, you can please go ahead and ask your question. You can, or you have any views or you have any suggestions, more than welcome. Denis Kachenko, you have been unmuted. And Ike Pokosan, please go ahead. Captain Sen has a question which he's written. Why has ECDIS been included in critical equipment list when there are two independent ECDIS provided on board?
I'll take that. Captain Sen, this is again, although we understand there are two ECDIS on board, and like EMSA, I think they're considering ECDIS as a critical equipment. Not all of them, but so some PSCs are considering ECDIS as a critical equipment. So it's a point of discussion in the group, and still it is not finalized whether we really want to keep it as critical or we leave it on case-by-case basis. So it will be answered or it will be addressed soon.
But Captain Sen, for the present, in your MSR, I saw it. We've told Captain Brian to remove it from the MSR for the time being until we get a firm opinion on that.
Because this is in the procedures basically. So it was included in the procedures for a reason, and so since it is in the procedures, we consider it, and let's see what the discussions come up.
Great. Captain Sen, would you like to speak to our panelist? Or this clarifies your doubt of having ECDIS being included in critical equipment?
We are planning to call Captain Sen next time when he's joining a ship, so we'll answer all these questions here.
Great.
It's okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I've got the basic gist of it. So I was, in fact, this was a discussion on board when I was on board, that why has that been included? So at least I've got the answer now. So you are still not decided on that, what I could understand from it. So that's fine. That's okay. So I hope we hear something further on this.
But yeah, Captain Sen, basically it is in the procedures, and it will be considered as a critical equipment till it's in the procedures.
Yes.
Then we'll see
if
any developments.
Yeah, I've noted that. Yeah.
So Captain Sen, there is an invitation for you to visit Dubai next time when you're joining the vessel.
Yes. Once this COVID restriction goes, I think maybe.
Indeed.
Captain,
No, we just started calling people now. Yesterday we had a chief engineer. So as and when the opportunity arises and we have the option, so we are calling people now.
Yeah.
Captain Sen and all those who actively participate in the open forum.
Oh yeah, indeed. I think that's very, very important to make things lively, and probably that's the reason of having a webinar or a seminar, that all the queries are being answered, the updates are being given. Office tells the sailing colleagues as to what is happening, what latest changes have been incorporated. I think this is a good forum, and probably this is just a time being solution that we are meeting online. I'm sure things are opening up, things are improving. Soon we would be meeting each other face to face. I see Mr. Baburaj Vedu has been unmuted. He had raised his hand. So Baburaj, would you like to speak to our panelist?
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, I was lucky to have a new vessel last time when I was on board, it was having EGCS, that is exhaust gas cleaning system, and also the NOx reduction, selective catalytic reduction. So I want to tell 2-3 points actually as an information exchange to all of those who have not done or planning to go to those vessels which are having this EGCS and maybe SCR. So basically, as per any thing as documentation, the documentation part is very much required on these modern vessels regarding EGCS and also this SCR. Likewise, I need to give example, like there are in the EGCS manual and other manuals, they have given the guidelines how to go about the documentation, because we are using the sulfur content of more than 3.5 or up to 3.5, which is legally not correct, but we are using a modified system. So anywhere we are using some type of repairs or something which has to be clearly documented in the EGCS record book. Those who are not familiar with that, like oil record book, there is a book called EGCS record book, and also in the logbooks and PMS it should be included, because these things are mainly will be inspected by third party like PSC officers or flag state inspectors, because these are very highly complicated legal matters because of sulfur content. The next thing I want to say about the NOx, SCR. SCR also, you know that in US, United States, they are going to make it mandatory from next year, I believe. So in that case also, when we are working on these NOx machines or equipments or selective catalytic reduction systems, the repair work or the testing or any changes to that system should be correctly mentioned and updated in the NOx technical file. These 2-3 points I wanted to share with my last experience on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a piece of information.
Great, thank you very much. I think good feedback, and these are the feedbacks, suggestions we are trying to get from our sailing colleague so that we can incorporate those changes for improvement. So thank you again, once again. We have
Rishi, there's a question from Karthik also on the
yes,
navigation critical equipment. Yeah,
exactly. So Karthik is asking any plans on navigational critical equipments in addition to TEC 18.
Karthik, navigation hazards are directly related to the safety. So when we did our analysis on the critical equipments, all the bridge equipments were considered in our analysis, and we found that all of them, they have a redundancy or an alternate means to verify or check. So that's why they were not considered. However, if you ask me, so basically now what we have is from a safety perspective, the critical equipments, and from the environmental perspective. The third angle is a commercial angle. Some owners and charters, they request that we should be having critical equipments identified from the commercial angle also. So that we are taking when it is on and off case by case basis if your owners are asking for it. Otherwise, we're just limiting it to safety and the environment. And navigation is part of the safety.
Karthik, I think that's quite clear as to why navigational equipments are in addition to TEC 18. If you have any further query or doubt, we would be happy to unmute you and you can speak. If not, any further questions pertaining to our technical update and then the incident, what we have discussed by Nitin and Farhad? Yes, Karthik, we do see there is another question, but that would be taken later under our Q&A, the open forum final Q&A. That is with respect to your question on ship show. Anyone else, or we shall move on? Okay. I think, thank you very much. Sorry.
Yeah, I think we can move on now.
Great, great. So once again, Sharad, Krishna, thank you. Nitin, Farah, thank you so very much for sharing your knowledge with all of us. As I said, few of the things even I was not aware. So it's very, very educative, very, very eye-opening. So thanks once again for being with us, sharing your views and experience. We will move on, and I would like to invite Kush. Kush Kataria is our crew management partner based out of Dubai with ITM, and he's going to update us on crewing operations. Kush.
Thanks, Rishi. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you're located. And first of all, thank you very much for taking your time out from your vacation to attend this safety seminar, a forum, safety forum, which we call also. Most of you know me. I've been here for some time. I joined ITM in the year 2007. And of course, ITM was bought over by V-Ships in 2009. And ultimately, of course, the ownership of V-Ships also, the V group changed and Advent took over in 2017. And since then, we are still under the Advent umbrella. I'm now at the working as a CMP, which is a crew management partner. The roles, the designation keeps changing, but of course the role keeps still the same. So the role is the constant, but the designations keep changing. So yeah, next slide, please. The topics, of course, we've got 20 minutes, so we are already late, but I'll try and finish in time. I'm taking up 3 topics as in COVID-19 update, bit about overdue crew. I'm sure you people all have been impacted by the COVID. So something, one slide on that. Then the importance of COVID-19 vaccinations. The world is moving. COVID is still there, but then there are ways coming out to negate the COVID effect. So vaccinations I'll discuss. Of course, a new program we've started in the group as Seafarer Competence Management System. This is new to us, so I will discuss something on that. Next slide, please. Okay, crew overdue. As I said, all of us are impacted by the COVID-19, and more so you people when you're on board. You're impacted both personally and professionally. Your shore leaves have been impacted. You're not getting shore leaves. There are travel restrictions for the last more than 1.5 years. Countries go under lockdowns just at the snap of things, and it's very difficult to then replace people on board. And I would like to appreciate the understanding and cooperation that all our seafarers in ITM have displayed. In fact, the entire V group, they've been patient. So I thank you very much for that. And if it's there, anything is there for us to do, please let us know. We will try and help you as best we can. Even when you're on board, please do not shy away and not tell us anything. If there is a personal issue as well, do let us know and we will try and help you. So as of now, ITM's overdue crew rate is ranging around between 2 and 5%. There are 2 rates, but some are with extensions and some are not. So as of today, we have 5% people on board who are numbered as high as 87. Percentage-wise, yes, 5%. The target is to come below 3% by the end of the year. We managed it last year. We came down to 2.5 to 3% in December. But again, during the year, everybody knows India went into lockdown. There were travel restrictions for Filipinos, flights coming into Manila and all those things. But yes, vaccinations have helped. At least people can travel now. The PCRs have come in, so at least we can travel. But then still there are restrictions, new restrictions coming in. The situation is still dynamic. I mean, it is not stabilized, we can say. It's getting towards a stabilized structure, but still things are changing very fast. Next slide, please. Okay, COVID-19 vaccination. Next slide. This is just to show how. Okay, so there've been 246 million COVID confirmed cases in the world since COVID hit us way back in December 2019. Of course, the world globally, that was China, which was impacted earlier, but later on, it just spread like wildfire, and there were till now, of course, it's 246 million cases. And unfortunately, the world has seen a lot of fatalities. We've got more than 5 million fatalities all over the world. And you can see the graph. I mean, some regions are very, very high, some regions are low, but of course, the entire globe has seen deaths all over. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a coronavirus COVID-19 dashboard with the vaccination. As I said, things have moved on and vaccinations have come in. Now there's a lot of focus on vaccination all over the globe. Unfortunately, there are certain parts in the world, Africa, where still the vaccination has not really reached, and they're still impacted. But fortunately, the cases in Africa are not so high. So that is a positive that we can say. So if you see there are about 6.8 billion doses that have been administered in the world since the vaccines have come in. Then so many of them by different names: Pfizer's, the Covaxins, the Sinopharms, the Modernas, and all those. And still people are trying to bring in more vaccines. And at least one dose in the world, if you see, it's 3.8 billion. And fully vaccinated is approximately, the rate is about 3 billion people. So if you see globally, as of November 2nd, we had 246 confirmed cases, million cases, sorry, 5 million deaths. And as of October 31st this year, we've got 6.8 billion vaccine doses that have been administered. So it's just a graph. I just want to show how now vaccines are coming in and the entire world is going after the vaccine. Yes, there are people who are not still wanting to take, which is a pity. But as a professional, I think we must take our vaccines as fast as possible. Next slide, please. Okay, for COVID vaccinations and its importance for the seafarers and the shipping industry at large. What is the importance for the seafarers? Of course, it protects you against COVID-19. And of course, as I said, there are requirements coming in. People, all governments, the airlines, the aviation industry is requiring you to take vaccinations. So sooner or later, it'll be mandatory for everyone. If you're traveling outside, you're flying anywhere, or you're calling a port. I'm sure you've experienced that while on board, that there are countries who want now people to be vaccinated when they are joining the vessel. As I said, there'll be fewer travel restrictions, and ultimately, if you're vaccinated, it'll become easy for you to travel. Shipping industry at large, how does it affect, and what's the importance for shipping industry for vaccinations? Seafarers on board are less likely to get negatively impacted by the health of the seafarers as and when you get vaccinated. Obviously, there are less chances that you will contact the virus. Of course, if at all you contact, the effect will be very, very minimal, and that's the biggest plus, that hospitalizations are nearly brought down to nil once you are vaccinated. It allows normal vessel operations. Everybody knows the importance. If there is a COVID case on board, the vessel is taken out of the berth and made to stay outside the port limits for 14 days, 20 days, depending on the country's requirement. And they wait, and then they have a PCR. If still somebody is found positive, they will still keep the vessel for next 14 days. So you see the impact. It's huge monetary financial impact. Of course, the industry as well. The global trade gets impacted by once a ship is held due to COVID. Next slide, please. This slide, I just wanted to give you an idea how the vaccinations are helping people, not getting hospitalized, or the effect of the virus in case you contact the virus. So in August, as of August 12, this data is as of August 12, there were 103 people hospitalized. It's just a rate. There were 18 vaccinated people. So, and out of that, 31 went into ICU. And there, if you see, there are just only 2 people who were vaccinated at that point of time, and rest all were unvaccinated. And of course, none of the people who were vaccinated went on to ventilators. So this clearly shows the impact, the positive impact of the COVID vaccine. So I urge everybody, all our seafarers, and I'm very pleased to say that all of us in the office are 100% fully vaccinated. And in fact, we've had boosters and 4 doses as well. So it really helps us. And when we notice this, there are hardly any cases here. In Dubai as well, the rate is very high in UAE, and the rates are just a maximum about 100 as of now. So the country is vaccinated, the rate is very good, and the hospitalizations and the cases have come down. So I urge everybody to ensure that you get vaccinated. If you are not vaccinated, if you got 1 vaccination, please try and get the next vaccination definitely before you join. If you require any assistance, please contact the nearest manning office. If you require any letter for introduction or whatever, or for convenience for vaccination, definitely all our offices, manning offices, are willing to issue those letters, and let's have the vaccinations soon as possible. I would just like to give you an example here. We just recently heard from one of the clients that one of their vessels was rejected by the charterers because the vaccination rate on board was 23%. Although there is no circular or any statements or coming out in this regard, but the charter did not take the vessel and got rejected because they expected at least 75% of the crew on board at that moment to be vaccinated, but it was 23%. So you can see it, it's slowly impacting the viability of the trade, and there'll be definitely commercial ramifications if this continues. We Group is now strongly encouraging all seafarers to have the vaccinations as fast as possible. To most of our clients, one of the clients, definitely everybody knows we're from Frontline. The deadline is 1st December. Anybody joining after 1st December has to be vaccinated, or else, unfortunately, he will not be, be employed on any frontline vessel. Other owners are following suit. We've got indications for other owners as well to, push the vaccination soonest before they come out also with their deadlines. So I again, request all of you, please take it seriously. It's not only for your health, it's also for your family's health. And of course, when you go on board, it is all your colleagues on board also, get affected if you are not vaccinated, because you are at high risk at that moment of time now. And once these vaccinations are done, I'm sure ports will ease out. They will have normal operations, and they will also help you get out for shore leaves and all those things. Although it's at the moment, it's very, very difficult. Wherever you get a chance, yes, you must get down, at least go for a walk, small walk. But most of the ports do not permit shore leaves for us, for the seafarer community. So I hope that everybody will now understand and make efforts to take the vaccination soonest. Next slide, please. Seafarer Competence Management System. We've just, as you must be aware, that Marlins, Wells Marlins, what the training program, the platform we used to have, had been bought over by Ocean Technology Group, OTG Group, we call it. And fortunately, yes, it's a bigger group, and they give you more, facilities or frills come with this program. And one of them is, Seafarer Competence Management System, which definitely is very beneficial for our seafarers. Next slide, please. We Group and ITM, we are always in support for our seafarer career development. If you see this slide, either you are entering a rank from the market, that is a new hire, or you are being promoted. We strongly encourage our seafarers career development. The competence you will require to develop will be, is covered in this competence management system. And how do we, promote this? We help this. How do we monitor it? Actually, not promote it. How do we monitor it? We monitor it through training, assessment, and appraisal. So this is what the base is for crew management system. That there is a lot of training, then there is assessment, and of course, in the end, appraisals are there. Next slide, please. Competence management system, we have just implemented, we've sent the OTG boxes on most of our vessels. Sonangol's fleet is one of the 2 fleets where we haven't sent the OTG box, but they're on their way now. So once these boxes are there, we are following up with the vessels that they implement the voyage crew management, competence management system on board as fast as possible. There are some trainings required by all the officers on board. Of course, there are 3 modules which the mentor, the senior officers have to do, and the others officers have to do. So what CMS does for our seafarer development? Each seafarer will have some task outlined for them to develop their competency in areas viewed critical for their overall development. CMS will definitely accelerate the development of seafarers above the delivered by a training matrix, which was always there, which has been enhanced because of this, and experiential learning, supporting our seafarers in their growth. So as I said, we are totally in, we support our seafarers career development, and in general, if you've reached a master or a head of the department, still we would like to have you being trained and increase your competency levels and your knowledge. What are the key benefits to seafarers for this program? It just describes the skills, knowledge, and behavioral need to do your job. It verifies that seafarers possess required skills or competencies and that they qualify for their job roles. That means that they help you in doing your current job and later on help you to develop more skills so that you can shoulder the higher responsibilities. Identifies what you do well and what you need to improve. So it is a very structured program whereby different tasks are given and you can repeat those tasks the number of times, as many times you want till you are comfortable, in that job. Ability to pass the critical competencies required for promotion. We have already sent out circulars and mails on all our vessels that all junior officers who are looking for promotion next year should start their CMS training. Of course, everybody knows we had ADM 30 forms for different ranks, ADM A, B, C, D for different ranks. In addition to that, there will be tasks and training material for the next rank for each officer if you want to upgrade your rank. So there will be tasks which you have to complete. As of now, it is voluntary, but come to 1st January 2022, any promotions on board of a seafarer he will be required to complete all the CMS tasks and trainings on board. So there are a lot of tasks. If you do 80%, unfortunately, this will be also one of the main criteria for promotion. You know the criteria, you have experience, STCW competence, experience, time with the company, of course, and appraisals. But this will be in addition to that. So if you have completed your CMS tasks, then definitely one more tick is, one more box is ticked, and that will add and enhance your promotional prospects. So I request everybody, before you go, there'll be all officers are supposed to, required to do a training. Please contact. We are also pushing the manning offices for all officers before the board. They should do a CMS training. So in case you would like to do it early, please, you're most welcome. Contact the training department or the manning office. You can contact your either your mobilization cell or your planning cell, wherever you are, and request for this CMS training as fast as possible. This is what I had to say about crewing operations, and thank you very much. And let's have anybody has got questions or any queries, any clarifications, most welcome. Happy to clear those doubts.
Thank you, Kush. I think very interesting. A lot of emphasis being made on competency management system because you're right. The senior management has got a lot of emphasis that the competency of our seafarers to be enhanced, and probably this is one of the best platform which will assist our seafarers to enhance and upgrade their knowledge with the latest LMS, which you said right is belongs to the V group under Ocean Technologies Group name. This has been rolled out, rightly pointed by Kush, and for promotion, this is going to be one of the criteria to complete all your promotional based competencies starting January 1st next year onwards. So thank you again, Kush. Very interesting things with respect to COVID. You have pointed things are opening up, yes, but the guards should not be lowered. We strongly suggest all the seafarers to be vaccinated. Yes, fully agree. And then please, I emphasize again, let's not lower guards. Let's take all the precautions, though the situation might be improving worldwide, but still, it's always better to be safe. So open for question. We see a couple of things coming from Captain Sain, Alexander, Chief Officer. Captain Sain has asked which all ports have opened up presently for crew change in India, of Indians rather.
Yes, I'll take that. Definitely. I mean, Europe is open, America is open, Singapore is opening up, which is a very positive sign for, especially for tanker officers, and especially from India. Singapore is opening up very fast now for India, for the seafarers, Indian seafarers. Sri Lanka has opened up again, so that is good. Gulf has opened up. So right now, as of now, except China, Korea, yes, you can, but there are a lot of requirements for them. You need to take visas, and still visa on arrival is not possible. You need to quarantine there. So all the restrictions are there. But in general, you can say that nearly the entire globe is open as of now. Barring, I mean, you will have specific countries here and there where they do not still have India on their green list, but fortunately now things are much better what it was this year from April till July. Alexander has asked, any vaccine is accepted by ITM? And ITM? Sorry.
I think the question is a little longer, which came in the chat box. What is global statistics showing any improvement after starting global vaccination, and what type of vaccine you recommend?
Yes, of course, you have seen, I showed you the data. I mean, I just gave you that August 12th data whereby you see the hospitalizations have come down. Of course, there were no people going into ventilators if you are vaccinated. So yes, vaccination definitely is a very, very positive outcome, and it definitely mitigates a lot of risk to contact the virus. I'm not saying it is 100%, but yes, the risk is lowered considerably. And even if you get the virus, the effect of virus on you is minimal. So, I mean, I'm sure a lot of probably after getting vaccinations also, a lot of people would have contacted and they wouldn't have been tested, and it just came and went by, So things are looking positive after the vaccinations have come in. As far as the vaccine, what ITM is accepting, we are accepting the WHO, all WHO approved vaccines or national vaccines. Definitely for travel, I'm sure every country says WHO approved. So we would like to go with WHO approved vaccines.
Absolutely right, Kush. Strong suggestion is to go for a WHO approved vaccines. We will move on with this, seeing the sense of time. Karthikeyan has a question among other. Yeah. Captain Sain, who's that?
Sir, it's Anthony over here.
Anthony,
They had
please go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, I had one doubt, sir. So this the sir told that we need to do some training before this promotion, before the promotion. So it's on board or on shore? It's on shore, sir.
It is on board. As I said, it is tasks and training. So the tasks will definitely be completed on board. So that is why we say you start early. I mean, you don't have to wait till the last moment. So it has just been rolled out. Yes. So you need to complete all your tasks while you are on board. You know, so it's definitely to be done on board.
Yeah, but
And
you told something about
the, sorry.
Yes, sir. Sorry, you told something to be done training. So you need to ask the crewing over here, sir, to do that training.
No, it is on board. The CMS system is for onboard seafarers. So once you're on board, you will have your tasks and some trainings going on. I mean, tasks are also a part of training because you are doing something new or something which you just need to better it. So those tasks are there. So that will be on board. That will be confirmed by the assessor on board. So senior officers, that is why I said, when I said there are some courses to be done, senior officers have a different course to be done so that they can mentor and assess people accordingly.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Anthony, just a little bit more what Kush said. I'm sure you must be aware of the new LMS, OTG LMS, which is on board all the vessels. Now, OTG LMS has got various e-learnings, which needs to be completed. A few of them needs to be completed as per the matrix CIW 23 ashore, and few other recommended or mandatory courses to be completed on board a vessel. Apart from that, we have introduced a system called Competency Management System, CMS, on board a vessel. Now, there are now what exactly is a competency management system? It basically has certain competencies which needs to be filled up for a particular rank, said rank, and for a promotion rank. What a group has taken a decision that existing competencies for the existing rank has been approved as we feel, the management feels that definitely people are competent who has been working in this company for present. But for promotion, there are certain competencies which you have to go into that LMS, do a simulation which gives you a list of competencies which needs to be completed for next rank. So you need to go on board over a period of time, close those, finish off those competencies, get assessed by assessor, and that's how the competency will be closed. And that is one of the criteria which starting from 1st Jan 2022 would be in place for next rank promotion. Please contact the training team and they would be more than happy to assist you in understanding. So Captain Sen has also got a query. Are many officers making the officers aware of the competency training requirement? Very much, Captain Sen. Our crewing team colleagues are very well versed with the requirement. There are multiple calls which is happening on weekly basis to update so that we all, may it be training department, maybe QHAC or maybe crewing, are on the same page, and our seafarers are kept updated with the latest requirements. So Anthony, please feel free to touch base either with me or any of the training members so that we can give you more information on to that.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Great. We will move on. Karthikeyan has got another question. Kush, if I may read. I'm Karthikeyan, second officer, having 32 months rank experience, holding Chief Med COC. Since cadet, I'm in ITM fleet, but now I'm struggling to get Chief Officer promotion, and also my last 3 captains promotion recommendation. My colleagues went other companies for promotion and coming back to a company. I won't spoil my reputation, vision to company. Kindly advise.
First of all, thanks. That's a very, very mature decision you're taking, Karthikeyan. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And I see you've got 32 months, so you're nearly there as far as the experience is concerned. You've got recommendations. Yes, we need to see get a slot for you now, a suitable slot. You are from frontline, so definitely we would like to retain you in frontline so that you do, every owner wants that the officer continues with them and then gradually, develops into higher rank. So yes, you've been with Frontline, so you are there, Nelly. As I said, we will definitely look again. And as and when the moment we get an opportunity for promotion, as you know, matrix is also a concern. It is not that, even though no matter how much we want somebody to be promoted, unless we get somebody to help or comply with the matrix, those requirements have to be met. But definitely we will look into your case and see what can be done as fast as possible.
Thank you very much, Kush, for giving assurance to Karthikeyan. Karthikeyan, as said right by Kush, a mature decision, and definitely you would be considered soon. And we look forward to see you as a chief also on board one of our vessels. There is another query. My COVID certificate expires March 22nd, 2022. I'm sorry. I need revaccine before next contract. So, Kush, I'm not aware of COVID certificate having expiry.
Correct. Even I was about to say that, but you need to check locally in your country where because it's anonymous, so I can't know where you are from. So you need to check whether there is a booster dose requirement before you go on board. I mean, there are some vaccines which require booster doses as well. So you need to check, and I'm not sure which vaccine you have taken. Right. So, but definitely I would suggest please check with your local medical doctor and see and any requirement for that vaccine in your location.
Thanks, Kush. I'm going a little fast because we already delayed by around 30 minutes approximately. Again, an anonymous attendee has come back regarding query about increasing salary. They say he has heard something happening in 1st Jan 2022 onwards. What are your views on that, Kush?
Definitely, there's a lot of pressure, and we are, we've in the process of discussing the budgets with the owners. So this is budget time, as everybody knows. So discussions are on, and we are very hopeful that there is a positive outcome of these discussions, and there is some increase. I mean, how much, or some owners might agree, some owners might not, but we've already pushed for higher salaries for next year. So, but we are discussing. There is, of course, as everybody knows, the tanker industry is not doing too well. The owners are also bleeding. But at the same time, I totally agree with the seafarers that it is high time that there is some increase in their wages as well. So we are pushing from our side and we really hope that there is a positive outcome, and we can give you good news in January.
Thank you, Kush. Look forward for the good news to us and to our seafarer colleagues. There is a suggestion which has come from Kishant Negi with respect to US C1D visa and Schengen multiple entry Schengen visa. He said this should be issued beforehand so that last minute there is no delay in procuring those visas. That's a suggestion which has come from Kishant.
Definitely a good suggestion, Captain Kishant. We've been looking at some fleet like Frontline and some other fleets, Pixis fleet. We do give take that because of vessels are flying. But unfortunately, in our part, I mean in India, if you see subcontinent, the embassies are pretty strict. They need to know if the vessel is calling or not. And other parts, even if you just give just a letter from the company, they would give you a visa that you expect, like US visa, like you expect a vessel to be there. But unfortunately, India, it is a little strict, and they do check with the port agents whether the vessel is calling there or not the next call. I mean, definitely we've had calls, but we are trying for that, and if we are able to do that, we are most happy to arrange Schengen visas. I agree that Schengen visas before joining really creates a lot of challenges for the company as well as for the seafarer. He has to go for his personal presence at the embassy. Yes, definitely agree with you. We are on it, and hopefully, if in future if things work out, yes, for India as well, we will start doing that.
Thank you, Kush. Mehul Patel has inquired any validity for vaccination. Mehul, to my knowledge, there is no validity. Rather, there's a talk going on having a third booster dose, but there is no validity. It's required. You are considered fully vaccinated after obtaining 2 vaccines, first and the second dose. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kush, or you've got any more information on that.
Yeah, I just want to come in. Yes, in India, there are mostly because J&J has not come in, Johnson and Johnson. And I forgot to just mention this, that while on board, also, if you know, we are pushing wherever possible, where we can get Johnson and Johnson 1-dose vaccine, we are, you know, arranging vaccines for onboard seafarers. So in case when you go back on board and you see somebody who's not vaccinated, please speak with that seafarer and, you know, say that it's best that you can have it on board, because that's just a 1-dose vaccine. So it makes it easier going forward. But for Indians, yes, I agree that there are 2 vaccines, 2-dose vaccines. And as far as I even know, that there are no validity dates for those vaccines. But yes, you need to check again whether you require a booster or not.
Thank you. I think the questions will keep coming, but it's time to move on. We would address your questions in the open forum in the final Q&A. Let's take a quick 10 minutes stretch break. Then we would be heading towards the final session, which is career progression and competency by Captain Vitali, Quality Superintendent. We ship Ukraine, and that would be followed with the open forum, as we have been talking of for a long time, that there is open forum before we end. And before we end for the day, there's a closing remark by Managing Director, ITM Dubai. So guys, as said before, let's take 10 minutes break, get up, walk around, stretch yourself, have some water, keep yourself hydrated, and we'll see each other in 10 minutes. See you guys. Bye-bye. Thank you very much, Karen, Pauline. We are moving towards the last leg of our webinar. And I would like to invite Vitali. Captain Vitali is quality manager and a training superintendent and is based out of V-Ships, Ukraine. And he's going to update us on career progression and competency development, as we've been speaking a bit before what Kush has covered. So Vitali, all yours.
Okay, good afternoon to all. I'm delighted to welcome all of you on this seminar. Briefly about myself, I joined the ship as a cadet in 1998 and progressively growing till the rank of the captain. A little bit later on in 2011, I joined the training department, and also in 2 years I also shared the position of the quality manager, delivering various training and assisting Krish with delivering various global projects as per V Group requirements. Actually, we will talk today about you and your career progression and competency development. This will be in addition to what was said by Kush. A little bit explanation about why the company introduced the competency management system. Probably you hear or read somewhere about the Peter principles. Peter J. Lawrence is a Canadian educator who is best known to the general public for the formulation of so-called Peter principle. Now you can see this on the screen visualization of this principle. He made significant amount of different social researches and observed that people in a hierarchy tend to rise to their so-called level of incompetence. Employees are promoted based on their success in previous job until they reach a level at which they are no longer competent, as skills in one job do not necessarily translate to another. A person who is competent at their current job will earn a promotion to a position that requires different skills. If the promoted person lacks the skills required for the new role, he or she will be incompetent at that new level and will not be promoted again. If the person is competent in a new role, he or she will be promoted again and will continue to be promoted until reaching a level at which they are finally incompetent. Being incompetent, the individual will not be able to qualify for promotion again, so will remain stuck at this final placement or Peter's plateau. This outcome is inevitable given enough time and enough positions in hierarchy to which the competent employees may be promoted. This is especially true in a hierarchy-based organizations like shipping or maritime. Just some examples. You was the third mate who was promoted to the second mate, then to the chief mate, and then to the master. If the right tool was not provided to you for your career progression, then there is a high chance that somewhere in the chain you may stuck in a position where you are not a competent. Second mate who is great in that particular role may give you a false sense that he or she is good enough to be promoted to chief officer. But without fully knowing or assessing his or her chief officer capabilities, there is a risk that based on a positive impression, he or she becomes promoted and lands on new position, but is not enough competent to work in new role. This is a proven scientific research model. It's not a V-group development. The other example is when chief officer who strives his or her promotion to master hears from more senior officer that there is a feeling that he or she is not good enough for the next rank level without getting any detailed information with risk of motivation loss. All this might happen unless you put a balanced, competent development program in place. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to throw the ball to seafarers and conduct the poll. How are you satisfied with the promotions that are currently managed within the ship? You have been with the group for many years as senior officer, junior officers. Are you satisfied with the current V-group promotion process? It's not a political question, it's a simple question, just answer yes or no. It means that you know what processes structure is in place, how you can be promoted, when you will be promoted, and how clear are the procedures. Just vote yes or no. Quite simple question. Are you satisfied with the current promotion procedures and processes we have in place? You are sailing with the V-group for a long time in different positions, in the rank of junior officers or senior officers. Okay, and now we have a result. Yes, 71% is satisfied. That's good. That means that we still have good processes and procedures in place, but another 29 are not satisfied. That means that we have a lot to do to improve this figure in order to all have 100% of you fully satisfied with the promotion procedures and processes that are implemented by V-group. Next slide, please. Next poll. I'd like to hear from you. How do you are you comfortable with the senior officers when you get new promoted junior or senior officer joining your vessel? There was a poll conducted among our senior officers asking if they are happy to have newly promoted cadet working on board their vessels. Majority of them answered no, unless I have trained that person to the level of my standards. So please do not send any new promoted to my vessel. I don't trust to their training. So again, it's not a political question. It's just simple question. How do you feel comfortable as senior officer when you get a newly promoted junior or senior officer joining your vessel? Just simple answer, yes or no. Want to hear from you, so just answer yes or no. How comfortable for you to work with a newly promoted officer on board your vessel. Do you feel comfortable? Do you trust to their training? Do you trust to the assessment done by other senior officers in the other vessels? Just yes or no. Majority answered yes. That's again a good sign that we have quite strong career development policy. But another 14% says no, that again, we need to do a lot in order to have 100 of you comfortable when a newly promoted junior or senior officer join your vessel. Next slide, please. And the final question. How do you think, who is accountable for your career progression and development? Is it your superintendent? Is it your crewing manager? Is it a training department or yourself? Please select one of the answers. Who is accountable for your career progression and competence development? Is it you, your crewing manager, your superintendent, or your training department? And probably we can have results already. Yes, definitely. Majority of you gave the correct answer. It's you, yourself. Key accountable party is you. All others like superintendent, crew manager, training department, we all are there to support you. As an organization, we need to provide you with a platform and tool to make your career successful. So I brief you about the OTG learning management system and the competence management system already introduced. Next slide, please. Majority of you already worked with a new learning management system based on Ocean technology learning platform. We have contracted OTG with the current company to the Seagull, Marlins, Videotel, and Maritime Training Services. Marlins also from the last year became a part of the OTG. And during this year, until the end of this year, all vessels will be replaced with the OTG Ocean Learning Platform. So wells will discontinue by the end of this year. What are the benefits? More variable type of content, vessel type specific content, 130 titles, common among different types of vessel, but specific. Adaptive content. This means you don't pre-assessment without joining training. If during the pre-assessment knowledge gap are discovered, then you don't need to pass through the complete training, but do only parts where a knowledge gap exists. It's not available by Ryan right now, but it's in a development pipeline and will be available soon. Micro-learning means 2-3 minutes video, snipped video content, but not like a 1.5 hour training. Simulation games like navigation simulator, where we are testing navigational skills and knowledges now. Also, we are looking for rescue games and coloring games for mobile phones that are, all of this is coming. Another improvement is a risk matrix related reflection of the learning material. Also, we have ability to conduct surveys, send notices. Majority already use this system ashore and on board. Next slide, please. Online access and onboard access, both are synchronized. Doesn't matter where learning is completed, it's replicated to ShipSure on a regular basis. If you complete the e-learning ashore, then it will be replicated to ShipSure immediately. If you complete e-learning on board the vessel, then after the master sent an export file, data export file from the OTG box, it will be replicated in ShipSure. All able to see when it's completed and either you are compliant or not. Next slide, please. Voyage competence management system. that were already introduced by Kush. Just in addition to what was previously said. Why company introduced the system? Just to achieve operational excellence by development our officers' competence. It's a clearly defined career path. It promotes self-initiated learning. It's based on an industry standard. It's more auditable and more traceable than a paper-based. It's also all observations are based on the on-skin, on-job evidence. And the main purpose of the voyage competency management system is to support overall promotion process. Next slide, please. It's an industry standard based, like an Intertank approved, RightShip approved, plus companies customized. IMCA also. It's vessel specific. So this checklist is actually an electronic checklist. The main purpose also of the voyage competence management system is to replace existing paper-based system. It has ability to simulate requirements for the next rank. Also, as it was mentioned by Kush, it's an onboard observation. It's not an e-learning. Using the voyage competence management system, you spend less than 10% of your time with the computer. It's just to print out the assessment guidelines, assessment criteria. Both officer and assessor can do it, and then prepare on self for the assessment. And assessment also conducted same as you have this process now. It's conducted during the face-to-face interaction. Later on, the assessor can and is able to record the results of the assessment into the system, and results of this assessment will be available to all immediately. Also, it will be recorded electronically. Also, it will be traced. There is also self-assessment for the senior officers. It contains operational competencies, and it contains clear guidelines and performance criteria. Also, these performance criteria are consistent across all the vessels, and assessment criteria also consistent across all the fleet. Next slide, please. Now we enrolling the competency management system through whole the fleet. The aim is that by the end of the year 2021, all vessels are equipped with OTG boxes. Majority of the vessels in your fleet is already equipped with OTG boxes, and majority already received the instruction letter for the use of the competency management system. Kush mentioned that this system is voluntary by the end of this year. I like actually amend this information. If you are planning to complete your career development and promotion by the end of the current year, then you can use the existing paper-based system. But if you are planning to be promoted next year, then definitely you need to have all the competencies completed in a voyage competency management system. Because if you do not complete the proficiencies in the competence management system after January next year, you will not be considered ready for the promotion. So please be aware about that one requirement. Next slide, please. Also, it's about the consistency. If one time done, it may not give you the results. Learning, training, and development requires consistency. You need to take everyday steps, even it's small steps, to make your career goal closer to you. I have a question for you. It's a final question probably for today. How do you think you can express your opinion in the chat? How do you think? How long does it take the average person to become a seller? Just type in the chat the figure, either 1 year, 1 month, 10 days, 10 years, all the life, whatever you wish to say, whatever you wish consider is correct. How long does it take the average person to become a seller? Any ideas? Click. 6 months. Okay. Quite short period to become a seller. Less than a year. 6 years. The longer period. 5 years. Lifetime. Wow. All life. It's quite long. 1 month. Again, 1 month. Karen, can you expose the answer? The answer is that average person cannot be a seller. So you need to be proud about that. You're not an average. You're special. You're beyond that. We wish you a success in your career goals achievement using all those tools we mentioned before. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so very much, Vitali, for highlighting the importance of competency management system and other things. We will move on. Probably, as Vitali rightly said, that was the last question for the day, and then that was the last presentation for the day. We have come towards an end of a very interactive and interesting session, which lasted for around 5 to 6 hours. We are going to move with open forum. I've been saying from beginning, we will do it in open forum. So this is what an open forum is. We are open for any type of questions which regarding topics which have been addressed today, or in case you want to put your views, in case you want to ask any queries, in case you want to share your experience, this is the time we can do that. But before we move on, I've been promising from beginning that we will answer unanswered questions, and we will do it at the open forum. So the few of the questions remain open, which is on the screen. There was something from the anonymous. Karen, this was addressed regarding single-use plastic. What about teeth? And this was answered by Chandra Mohan. Another one for Chandra Mohan from Karthikeyan. In future, to save paper, can we be able to see permits on digital form? So is Chandra Mohan with us?
Yeah, I just come back. Yes.
Great. Welcome back, Chandra Mohan.
Yes, and 1 minute, just let me see. What's the question?
Karthikeyan wants to ask, to save papers, can we be able to see permits digitally?
Okay, this I think it's for the group to decide. So they will see how they can do it. Because normally what happens is when you put in digital format, we had an instance where people were just copying and pasting and the signature was not there. So you're reusing the same digital form, so which was not correct. So we had an incident. After that, it was decided that only paper, we will print it out, people will read it, and each person will sign it.
Great. Thank you very much, Karthikeyan. I think that's clear, that up to group to decide if we can have permits, but your suggestion taken, I would say your suggestion taken, and will be followed up in near future. We will move on. Kishant Negi, Captain Negi, again came back. Any future plans with respect to ITM pursuing certification approval with respect to ISO 27001, which is ISO IEC 27001 International standards on how to manage information security. Chandramohan, any views on to that?
What we can now, presently, we are not there yet, but the future, it may be possible that as a group goes, we will go as per that requirement.
Thank you. We will move on to Kush. Kush, Mikhail has a question for you on the screen.
Yes, it is regarding the PCR test one day before. Most of the airlines, of course, Russia, yes, there are some airlines which do not require PCR. But as a company, ITM is still, encouraging to have one PCR test before departure, so that we are pretty sure that before we made a due diligence, done a due diligence that before you leave the country, you are, negative.
Yeah. Kush, Mikhail is asking the procedure for boarding a ship against the background of the coronavirus.
Yeah, so exactly. I mean, he says, do I need to do? I mean, it's a procedure. Yes, we had procedures before. We were doing 2, 3. Of course, if the clients requires at the port of embarkation also, we will do it. But as a procedure, yes, we are still doing one test before you depart your country to join a vessel.
Great. Probably this is again from Captain Sen coming back, that what action to be taken if a person comes on board with medicines for personal use but does not have a prescription?
This is a tough one, but anyway. So what I would suggest is just ask that person to go back to this, from his home, get the prescription, so that he can have it. Because there's sometimes, like when you carry medicines for blood pressure and all these things, sometimes you can get it off the market there. So that's the basic one. But the captain can always insist to get a prescription. He can ask the seafarer to go back to his family and try to get the prescription on board.
Agree, Chandramohan. I think, Farhad, you've got some views onto that?
If I may step in here, is that yes, it's important that any medication carried, personal medication, should be declared, and definitely when taking the unannounced test, it should be declared, because we have had cases before where it wasn't declared, and then obviously it goes into a different direction and investigations, etc. Prescription is required. It's always better to keep one, because you never know if you go into any ports, where there could be some complications with the authorities, or never know with anybody.
Absolutely, absolutely, fully agree. Master has got discretion definitely to check if a persons are having any medicine, and if yes, they have to have a prescription. I see Krishna has got his hands raised. Krishna, would you like to add something to that?
Yeah, the general rule is that people can have medicines, but only restricted medicines needs prescriptions. This will be only applicable, because if a guy carries an Anacin or an Aspro, master cannot stop because the person's use. But restricted medicine, yes, he must have a prescription.
Indeed, fully agree. Any restricted medicine, there needs to be a prescription from the doctor, and master made aware of it, that he's using this medicine at following interval. Thank you very much, Chandramohan. Thank you very much, Krishna, and Farhad, for highlighting that. So these were the pending questions we had from the past. I see something more in the chat box. Alexander has asked, any vaccine is accepted by ITM? Yes, I think that was answered previously by Kush. He said approved by WHO, preferred. That is what the requirement would be. Then Alexander again said what to do if you previously vaccinated on board by Johnson or Pfizer, and during vaccination in Russia it's expired and you cannot get it, and this is incompatible with Sputnik. So how to join the vessel?
But Rishi, when you say Johnson is always a one-shot vaccine.
Yes, and there is no expiry to that.
No expiry to that, yes. And Pfizer, if you're taking 2 shots, there is no expiry. Maybe they will say after a year or something, take a booster. So it depends, no? But as
Indeed.
of now, I don't think anybody is pushing for any expiry dates. I haven't seen that.
You're right. I think we addressed that earlier, Chandramohan, that any of these medicines doses doesn't have an expiry. So I don't think as of now there is any concern to that, that if a person has a Sputnik or he has got Pfizer, it may or may not go with that. Agree. We will move on. Sachin Kulkarni, increase in salary will be applicable for onboard personal or only as per contract salary only? Push. Yeah.
As and when, if there is an increment, whenever there's an increase in wages, definitely it is across the board. People who are on board, we will increase their salaries, and anybody, of course, joining, fresh joiners will definitely have it in their contract. But yes, once the salaries increase, we will send the late increase on board, and same can be reflected in the portage bill. So everybody will be everybody will be getting the increase. It's not only either on board or fresh joiners. No, everybody, whoever is on board and whoever is joining fresh.
Absolutely right. This would be applicable across either shore or on board. Thank you very much, Kush. Captain Sen has, after getting promoted to master, does one become incompetent since there's no future promotion position available? Well, Captain Sen, let me address that. No, one doesn't become incompetent, and then future promotions, I am not sure of saying promotion, but yes, there are various opportunities to come ashore. And just for your information, it's not that competency management system is not applicable to master and chief engineer. There is something called BCAV, which is behavioral based competencies, and master chief engineer would be requested to complete those behavioral based competencies, and you will be assessed by visiting superintendents, master chief engineer superintendents, or even by CTEC superintendents who's going to come and visit on board. So there are certain competencies, and it's not to check your competence, it's just refreshing, and definitely there are promotions. You can come to office. It's not a promotion, depends how you take it, but there is a career progression also available. Coming back to yes, please,
just a little bit, I want to say, Captain Sen, we know him quite well. He's a quite very nice master, and we would like to have him sailing on his ships. I don't know for how long, but he's quite good. So that is a compliment which I would like to give him.
Great. Captain Sen, would you like to speak or comment onto that? May I request Global Admin team to unmute Captain Sen, please?
Yeah, okay, that was in, how you say, in humor, I made that question. Because I saw the graph said promotion, and then you become incompetent. So after promotion is finished. So it was nothing to do with that. It was just in humor.
And humor well taken, Captain. Humor well taken.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chandramohan, for your remarks. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Great. Who initiates CMS on board, the officer or the assessor? Well, Captain Sen, there is a couple of e-learnings which probably you as an assessor needs to undergo once you're on board, and even SSE needs to undertake those e-learnings before CMS is being used. Well, to answer your question, who initiates? It's the officer who initiates, who completes a competency and put a request to master chief engineer. There are only two assessors on board, which is master and chief engineer. But yes, master and chief engineer can give authority to chief officer and second engineer to assess junior officers. So officer would raise a request to you that he's ready to be assessed, and basis that you would be assessing him. Great. Thank you very much. Again, anonymous attendee, excellent presentation by all. Very informative indeed. Thank you, team ITM, Captain Richard, and Global Admin team. Miss the belly dance. Indeed, we miss the belly dance more than you. But I'm sure, as I said earlier, there is gonna be very soon a face-to-face interaction, a face-to-face seminar where we will ensure a belly dance is there for everybody's entertainment, followed by gala dinner. So we look forward to meet you all in that. We still have got few minutes. I think let's not say bye and thanks. So any further comments? We have very senior people who are in this call. We have got senior masters, chief engineers, people sailing in the company for years and years. We would definitely like to hear your views. We would like to hear your experience to be shared in the open forum. Please go ahead. All quiet? So anybody else would like to share some experiences or any queries? We have the complete management team from ITM Dubai present in this call, especially at this moment of time, to address our queries, to hear you, and probably share their experience.
Hello, sir.
Yes, Babu Raj, please go ahead.
Yeah, I am very happy to attend this seminar with ITM. It was a very good, excellent knowledge sharing also. Overall, it was excellent. To my fellow seafarers, quite good numbers watching this, attended this seminar. I would like to thank them also. And few words. Be very safe on board. Your safety culture brings a very big change to total safety and asset management, whatever you say, the financial, economical running of the vessel. So please be safe. So be situational awareness. Impart the safety culture to your fellow seafarers. Do not hesitate to tell a top job and asking questions. Always encourage juniors to come out of the box questions so that you may not be thinking about that way of risky handling. Always seniors have a mentality. I am not saying everybody to be complacent or without minding the very minor risky part of one of the tasks which they are taking up. Yes, a junior can point out and always encourage these juniors to come up with the out of the box suggestions. Okay, if it is not with a wise question, okay, eliminate it or encourage them. And another thing is that the chronic uneasiness part, which is the very, very important value or quality you should have. Please have that chronic uneasiness. Every time you should have a chronic unease mind. I am not saying to be mad. It is a technical term with our Shell partners in safety that everybody know. With these few words, I wish everybody well and very happy sailing and stay safe with Corona and COVID. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Babu Raj. Appreciate and fully agree that complacency sets in, and your encouraging word to our junior officers. There are almost 100 junior officers present in the call. So really appreciate. I see Captain Sen has raised his hand. May I request the Global Admin team to please unmute Captain Sen? No. Karen, can you please unmute Captain Sen?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear, Captain.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to say thank you all for an excellent session today. Much to learn. Learning is still going on.
Yep.
Like I said, I think there was a question which says, how long does it take to become a sailor? And I did put in my point on that. I'm still trying to be a sailor. So
yeah.
But thanks a lot. It was excellent. There is only one request.
Sure.
And that is, I have no idea who all are participating.
Sure.
I don't know how many people are participating because we are all hidden.
Yeah.
So at the end of the session, what you're doing as an open Q&A, if you could open up the videos, so at least we know who all came in, and maybe I'll recognize a lot of people in the group.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be very helpful.
Fantastic. Captain Sen, two things. Thank you very much for your views and your comments. We are using Zoom technology for such webinars. When we have people more than 100, we go for a Zoom webinar. If there are less than 100, we go for a Zoom meeting. And both the technology has got different functionalities. We generally prefer Zoom meeting if people are less than 100, because that gives us opportunity for everyone to have the cameras open. This particular function, Zoom doesn't have a functionality that camera can be kept open, probably because of bandwidth increasing and all that. But your point taken, yes, we would have done it on MS Teams, where there is a functionality to so that everyone can see each other, and especially senior people like you are aware who all are there in the call. We would like to incorporate that. And to answer your second thing, the question was, how long does it take for a normal person to become a seafarer? And the answer was never. But you are right. For all of us, we are still trying to become a normal, full-fledged seafarer, which might take long until when, nobody knows. So thank you again once for your active participation, for your questions. Chandramohan, any words for Captain Sen comments, what he's pointed, or Baburaj came back with some fantastic suggestions?
Yeah, it was very nice to hear this comments from Captain Sen and Baburaj, and we really appreciate what you have said and you just stated, and it will be taken in good spirit. And thank you guys for a very good input.
Great. We have a couple of open questions before we move on for the closing remark and request Christopher. There is a couple of questions coming from Stepanov. How soon Section 7 of SSTRB will be fully in electronic form?
Maybe I can just
yes.
Explain. This has already been circulated to all the ships, and all our vessels, all the vessels with the version, shipshore version of 416 or higher, can start, are supposed to start using the shipshore drills and campaigns where all this is recorded. And it's already been implemented. So, and all our ships have 416. So it can be from right away. But for some time we were continuing, and maybe from 1st of Jan or something like that, we will go full-fledged without having to maintain the paper records.
Fantastic. That's good news. And thanks very much for the update. Farhad, Chandramohan, there is a bit of concern being shown in next question. May I request you to address? There is an anonymous attendee who says that I personally feel that during ITM handling the crew and V Ships India handling the crew is way more different. I used to feel like I was a part of ITM family. Now we don't even get updates. What's going on now?
Yeah, this is something, Kush, you'd like to say something, or Joseph is there, or Vinky?
No, I don't think Joseph is there. I would like to take that. Yes, definitely. I'm first saying thank you very much for raising this up. We do get this on and off, but yes, thank you very much for your feedback. Rest assured, yes, definitely everybody, there is no wrong intention, or nobody wants that you are not given information. Everybody wants to give you the information as soon as they receive it. But in case, definitely I would request you all, if you need anything from our side, I'm always there. just give me a small text. I will give you full information. If at all the information has just come in, or if it wasn't there, then of course definitely I will not be able to provide you for with this information. But definitely going forward, I will discuss this with Captain Venki in India, Joseph, of course, the planning manager who takes care of all our colleagues there. Will definitely discuss with them and see where we are, where there's room for improvement, if there is, and what is going wrong with us. But in case, I would appreciate that you could give us some particular examples so that I can discuss. Please, you're most welcome not to write your name, which is fine. But even if you write, it's going to be still be anonymous for them. So if you can give the right concern that this is what is not happening, and this was happening, and this is not exactly what is not happening. Of course, I can get it. I can get a gist of what he is saying, but particular examples would help me to discuss, help us discuss with the Manning in India.
Kush, what I would like to state also is we have had some complaints like this earlier too, and we are working towards it. We will, what I would also say, if you require any information, please free to talk to us, call us, or you can email us. We will be very willing to provide all information which is required. We are still family. We all treat everybody as family. That's the way we work here. And because like we have been telling in the early stages of our seminar, that you guys are the front line and we are the supporters for you. So whatever support you require will be made available to you. So that is 100%. So please feel free. None of us have a problem if you'll write to us. We will be willing to take it up for you. You can always write to us. Our doors are open. Our telephone lines are open. Most of us got our email addresses. Please do so whenever you feel you're not having any updates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chandramohan. Thank you very much, Kush, for a very positive note. And I'm sure that has been a very satisfying answer to our seafarer colleagues. We are open towards any kind of comments, and we want to improve. We said it in the beginning. We are here not only you are not only here to listen, rather we want to listen from you so that we can make improvements. So thank you very much for coming up. More details will be appreciated so that we can make those changes and improve it. With this, I think we are almost towards the end of our session now. We again say, in case you have any suggestions, please write to us. We can, to the training team, to me, to my global admin team, we would ensure that question is forwarded to the right person and you are answered. With that, I would request Christopher Curtin, Managing Director, ITM Dubai, for the closing remark, please.
Okay, Rishi, I'm sort of joining, I think.
Loud and clear, Chris, can hear you. Good.
Can you see me?
Yes, can see you too.
Well.
Yeah.
Oh, there I am. Okay. So I'll keep this very short. I think it's been very interesting today. Very interesting for me is the Q&A, some of the questions that are coming up. And there is a lot of interaction from our seafarers. As I said at the beginning, this was very much around the theme of safety, but we've had some very interesting presentations today, particularly on environmental and how we're doing with third-party inspections and on the use of ship shear for plant maintenance. So I just want to thank everybody. It's been quite a long time. We're well over time now. I just want to thank everybody for attending. I want to thank Rishi and his team for hosting this, and for my own ITM team for all the time they've put into this. It's very vital for us all that we keep communication. Keep the communication lines open. This was something I said at the beginning. Communication for me is the number one thing. We need to communicate. This will help us work better together. This will help us along our safety road. And remember, as I said, we are all safety leaders. It's all up to us to look after each other. So I just want to say to everybody, thank you for attending. I really echo all of the remarks, and also particularly from Captain Sen about the belly dancer. I really echo all the remarks that we really need to meet in person for the next one of these. So I really look forward to that early next year. And until then, everybody, safe sailing, stay safe, and look after one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for the closing note and for the valuable time you took to attend and interact with the seafarer colleagues. Once again, thank you so very much. To all the panelists, thank you so very much that you took the time and update our seafarers with knowledge and experience. And a very special thanks to our attendees to participate this WeShips virtual seminar. And I hope you have enjoyed this event and you have taken some learnings, and we have taken some learnings from you. In order to make improvement for our future seminar, we would surely like to hear from you, and we would appreciate your feedback. So may I request, upon leaving this webinar, a survey page will automatically open on your screen. So please fill and let us know your feedback. Another option is that you can go to www.menti.com and use the code 7261-5898 and give your comments. Once again, thank you all. Be safe to you and to your families, and we look forward to have you face-to-face in an event very, very soon. All the best and bye-bye.
Thank you, Rishi. Thank you, Karen.
Thanks so very much, Nitin.
Thank you, Rishi. Thank you, Karen.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rishi, Karen, and Pauline.
Rishi, thank you, Karen.
Thank
Thanks,
you. Thank you,
everybody.
Rishi.
Bye.
Thank you, Karan.
Thank you. Bye-bye for a good job done. Thank you. Bye-bye.